Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed, brought to you by the VHRR. And I have with my other fellow commentator, Mr. Bob Morrow. Good morning, Bob.
G'day, Ron. What a great day for it. Much better than yesterday.
Absolutely. What a wet day it was yesterday. And as I said earlier on, the track will be pretty quick, but the infield will be even quicker.
Well, if you're in an open wheeler and you go into the infield, it will take you a month to clean the car.
And a great variety of categories you've got here this weekend too, with your popular group, your Formula Fords, right through the group in touring cars, big sports cars, and a lot of the open wheeler cars as well.
Yes, and another great group of production sports cars, the Group S cars. There's 45 of those, so they'll be great to see.
Fantastic. So again, welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed. And let's hope for a great weekend. We've got racing here today in the afternoon and also on Sunday all day from around about 8:30. So let's have a great weekend and bask in this lovely sunshine.
Lovely.
Thank you, Ron. With me in commentary is Peter Shea. Peter,
thank you,
welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed, and thank you to Ron and Bob down there doing the intro to get the meeting underway. The 2023 Winton Festival of Speed. Peter, what have we got coming up?
Well, a great day, Phil, for motor racing coming up, and what lovely weather. Was pretty wet yesterday afternoon, and the weather gods are shining upon us, and it's a beautiful morning, and it looks like it's going to be a good day tomorrow as well. So we should have some great racing here for the Winton Festival of Speed.
Yes, of course, with all of that rain yesterday afternoon and into the night, the grass will be fast.
Oh, well, certainly will be. I was just down in the spectator area just before, and the grass is very, very spongy. Water's coming through. So, yeah, anybody's going to take a little bit of an excursion off into the infield could be there for quite a while. Very wet.
So, 11:50, we've got the Shannons Show and Shine Parade, which is going to wander around for a little bit. I'm not too sure just where they are at the moment. We've got the safety car going past, so I'm assuming
they're lined up, presumably, as you said, on the numbing grids.
Here we
go.
Look at this beautiful old Escort. Now that's if I've got my eyesight on correctly, that car has come all the way up from Warrnambool to be here this weekend.
Little Mark 1, beautiful. One of my favourite cars is I did have a Mark 1, and a great little car to throw around and drive, believe me. Couple of utes going through.
Yeah, the good old Holden utes. There's nothing like a good old Holden ute to keep you well and truly on track. A beaut ute.
Yep, got one of those myself as well. My collection. See the Holden go by. Another few Holdens out there.
The Ford LTD in the mix there. And a Ford Capri. Now that car has come all the way from Camperdown. So Tony Heath down there with Rural Engineering in the Ford Capri.
You see going just round. It's not turn 1 this week. It's, what is it? It should be turn 3. Just down there. Very tight corner, just off the old main street. Cars still coming on to the track.
Yeah, a little Lotus going past, lots of trouble, usually Sunday.
Yes. Another Escort Mark 1. Later model Escort going through.
RS2000 and the Mori going by. Now, if I've got my information correct, that car has got not a lot of Mori minor underneath the bonnet and has come down from Sydney. And I believe, if I've got my information correctly, it's a Nissan motor or something. A Datsun motor, yeah.
Oh, right.
Nissan
Datsun,
yeah,
you know. And
there we go.
This is just a posh word for a Datsun.
I think there's somebody up in the commentary booth here who's got a Datsun. Oh, sorry, a Nissan.
This is,
yeah, the old SS two-door Tirana going by, and followed by a Triumph. Bobby Morrow is going to be thrilled to see the Triumph out there. Later model Monaro, and the old street rod machines.
Beautiful Escort too, that orange one on screen at the moment.
Yeah, the Mustang going by there, the Alan Moffat tribute car.
As we ride with the little Mark 1.
Yes, the Escort out in front behind the safety car on screen. Of course, we are this weekend on Blendline TV if you want to see what's going on even at the track.
Absolutely. Grab your phone, grab your laptop, grab your tablet, and also grab your car radio to listen to 87.6.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
FM.
Beautiful old ute going by on our screen. Old Ford LTD, Monaro.
And it's a strange paint job, the violet coloured bodywork with the orange rims.
Yeah, not that common to see.
No.
Different sort of a combination. I guess that's how you make your vehicle stand out.
Exactly.
We had a bit of a standout here earlier this morning with Johnny Bow doing some signing down at the Shannons tent. And he will be back there tomorrow. So if you want to go and get your something signed by Johnny Bow, he will be there tomorrow morning, and we'll be making more comment about that tomorrow.
This weekend we're running the long track here at Winton Long Track. So some of the big bangers will be strutting their stuff over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, there you go, the old Chevy Camaro. Have you ever piloted one of those?
No, I've followed one around Winton and I tested tune. It was actually Joe Collegius. And couldn't catch him. He just disappeared into the distance. Very quick motor car.
So, Corvette going around the corner, and
might get another lap, I think.
yeah, looks like the safety car is coming on through. So,
as we watch the big Chevy just negotiating some of the twisty bits here at Winton. Cars are just across the start-finish line. It's the long circuit start-finish line. There's two start-finish lines here at Winton. The old start-finish line, the short track, and
the long track. Yep,
the long track
right.
down near the new pitting area. That was a good experience too, Phil, for someone who's never driven following Winton circuit to come up here and have a little bit of a parade of these Winton historic meetings.
Yeah, and if you've got a flashy set of wheels, why not get it out there on track and show it off? Lotus going by on screen. Going up the old start-finish straight. Down into what is this weekend going to be turn 3.
Turn 3, yeah. Sort of. So usually it's turn 1 on the short track, turn 3 on the long track here at
You're going to confuse my maths.
Wow. Following this
Commodores, there's plenty of those about, but
very popular car.
See those on the track following the Chevy Corvette.
We should see a few of the Commodores in the tribute events a little bit later on today and tomorrow, so that's going to be very exciting as well.
Just watching the cars go around the sweeper there. We've got the Valiant Charger. Common old car. Did you ever own one of these, Peter?
I never did. What was the E46, wasn't it?
Oh, well, it was...
very, very quick car in its day. Very desirable now, I presume, too.
I never got to own one of these, but I drove a few back in the day when I was in the auto industry, back in the 70s.
Back when series production was alive and well and kicking, very popular in the day.
So
just going through the twisty bits here.
Presented cars out there. So we'll just let those cars wander on around the track.
There's plenty happening in here this weekend at Winton Phil, with the motorkhana happening across, sort of in the middle of the circuit, if you want to call it that, motorkhana. So we'll be crossing to some gentlemen to bring us the full speed with the motorkhana.
All right, we're back. The 3XY on the front of the Holden Commodore going by there on screen.
3XY, that was the station to listen to.
It was.
Growing up when I was a young man, with the music, and then Brocky had it on his car, so...
Brings back quite a few of the old production touring car memories, seeing that one go around.
Absolutely. As we just ride with them as they go through the twisty bits here at Winton. That's where the minis and the smaller engine cars really excel. The Commodores probably not as much as the smaller cars.
They do, and of course we're not expecting any of these guys to dive off into the grass.
So we're just riding with our parade lap at the moment. We'll be shooting across to the motorkhana very, very shortly. So I hope you enjoyed that. So
just a quick mention about that Capri that's on screen. 302 Windsor V8 in that car, and absolutely beautifully presented. Well worth going and having a closer look at that car if you get the chance.
I think this will probably be their last lap, Phil, and then we'll cross to the motorkhana for a bit of motorkhana action. As we can see, we look across from our commentary area, and they're already fired up.
Yep. So the Lotus again in the middle there, the Escort, and quite a few great little cars. And look at that, we've got a shot of our motorkhana. Now we're just going to change over to a couple of other guys who know more about what's going on in the motorkhana over here, Peter.
Absolutely.
So we'll be back shortly, but we've got some gentlemen with the motorkhana information coming right up.
And Ron will introduce us.
Okay, we've got a motorkhana happening out on the skid pan the other side of the circuit. We've got John and Brian who are going to give us a little bit of intro and talk us all about motorkhanas.
Shannons. I'm the chairman of the Victorian Motorkhana panel, and I'm with John Rosengrove.
Former chairman of the motorkhana panel. The two of us have been competing in motorkhanas for more years than we care to remember, but the sport is still going very strongly, and we're very thrilled to be able to put on a motorkhana as part of the festival speed. So, Brian?
So today is a Group 5 motorkhana, which is Melbourne clubs. So a motorkhana is to test agility of a driver with braking, acceleration, turning. It's also good for juniors, so juniors can start from 12 years old. It teaches them the basics and a lot of life skills.
And as we can see on screen there's a real variety of cars that you can compete in, just from a standard road-going car to a purpose-built special. The special that we're looking at on the start line now, that is capable of winning an Australian championship. And there's a lot of, the test that they're doing just there is a bit of a fun test. It's just what the special did. It was just out and back to see how quickly you can get out from the garage and back. But the usual motorkhana tests take around about 30 to 40 seconds around various courses of flags that are set up. There is a motorkhana test booklet, so there's plenty of choice. But as you can see now, there's a road car competing. I think that might be a junior driver.
It's Julie.
Oh, okay. I don't know her, but there's. It's great for juniors to start, and you can start in motorkhanas from 12 years old on a MA junior licence. And the cost of motorkhanas, it's a great introduction to motorsport. There have been some well-known drivers who have started their careers in motorkhanas, so and we hope it's still going on. There are various club level events. If you looked up a club motorsport club calendar, you would see probably 3 or 4 events each weekend, and they run from club level events through state championship events and then up to an Australian championship. The Australian championship is held only once per year, and it rotates around the states. So Brian, maybe you'd like to just describe a bit of what's going on there.
So at the moment we're doing the triangles test, which is quite quick actually. You can't, they memorise the layout and the colours of the flag on this one because it's so quick. I can't think who's out there at the moment.
As we can see, there's a variety of modern cars and older cars. There's an old Corolla there. Datsun 1600s are very popular. Escorts, Golfs. But now we're getting sort of some of the new breed of cars. Hyundai's Fiesta XR4s are pretty popular. But really the whole purpose of motorkhanas is you can take a car off the street and without any modification just run in the event. And really it is all for the enjoyment, for the fun of driving under controlled conditions. But then you're always timed, so the first aim is to beat your mates.
Yeah, so over a day we might do between 10 and 12 different tests. We tend to only run once on a state round. There are a variety of tests. We actually do reversing, which we'll be doing that later in the day, and you'll see a lot of flicks, reverse flicks.
A lot of the purpose-built cars, there's quite a lot of development gone into them, but most of them have been owner built. Really, there's not many people gone out and actually had a car built for them. There are a few around, but certainly the owner built cars, and that's a great learning experience. We have several friends in the sport who have come along as a spectator, seen what it's all about, thought I can do that, and they've now come up with cars that are capable of winning championships.
Yeah. So at the moment we've got Charlie Wilkins going around. He's 14 years old from Bendigo. Yeah.
Take that off.
Thanks, Brian and John. And thanks very much for that, guys. I'm actually one of those guys you talked about that started off in motorkhanas many years ago. I think
we know that.
I think you might have been around the traps when I was there.
Absolutely.
And remember the days of on the grass. We used to do events on the grass down at Geelong Common and all sorts of other wonderful places. And I had the distinction of actually winning a reverse race in my side valve Morris Mine many years ago. So, and then of course we went into minis and things like that. So a great form of motorsport to get into. As you said, it doesn't cost very much money, and a good way to learn car control.
Yeah,
and what a pity not more guys came through that avenue of learning how to drive a car.
Absolutely, and one other thing that we're proud of here, there's a real family atmosphere to it. We've got 4 generations competing out in this one event.
That's fantastic. It used to be a very good family-orientated sport.
Yeah. So we got an 80-year-old and going down to a 12 or 13-year-old. So
all right, okay. Well, thank you very much,
okay.
John and Brian, for coming on board.
Thanks,
and giving us a bit of a lowdown on motorkhanas.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
No worries. Bye.
The chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Okay, we're about to kick off with Regularity and Invited Cars. We've got 1 to 15 minutes. Regularity 1, which is 15 minutes. That's what it reads on screen. Peter Shea, you're back again with me.
I am.
And we're here to talk about the breakfast brand races. The Regularity boys and girls.
And girls, yeah. Great opportunity to bring your car out, as long as it's roadworthy and reasonably good nick, to have a bit of a run on a full-blown motor race circuit without having a full-blown licence. Just a basic Motorsport Australia licence will get you
limited
on the track.
Speeder licence is what they used to call it. Yep. And so we're just waiting on the all clear on track for those cars to come out. They're all queued up down in the bottom pits, waiting for their green light to go.
And while we've got a little bit of free time, Phil, just to let good people know that over in the motorkhana section, they're offering rides. So I think you've got to be over 12 years of age, I think. But if you want to make your way around to the motorkhana circuit, you can sign up and see someone over there, and they'll take you for a bit of a squirt in a motorkhana car around their little circuit over there. So, yeah.
Well, seeing as
good opportunity for someone.
Seeing as Johnny Bow hasn't got a vehicle to drive, he might wander over there and have a bit of a ride around. I'm sure he'd enjoy having a bit of a skid around on the motorkhana.
I reckon he would. He'd probably do pretty well at it. They might ban him.
Then he'd come back and sign some more for the Shannons boys.
Absolutely.
And girls. So we've got these cars coming out. There's some beautiful looking machinery coming out. Rob Nethercott there in the Elfin Clubman.
Yeah, it's good to see Rob
leading
out
the
there.
way.
A beautiful Porsche there, number 3.
Of course, that's not what was on screen, but me being naughty and not talking about what's on screen. I should be watching what's on screen. And Max Pegram going by the screen there in the Bug-Eye Sprite. Max having moved up to Wangaratta a little while ago, and he has the Formula Junior Gemini, which is a 1600, well, a Ford pushrod front-engined Formula Junior car. But this weekend, he is running the Bug-Eye Sprite. Of course, it's 65 years of Bug-Eye Sprite this year, so they've been around for a while.
They certainly have. Don't forget, you've got your phone with you. Jump onto Facebook and you can see the uninterrupted coverage of this particular event on Glenline Live TV. Regularity, explain to the good folk at home and what it is all about, Phil. Drivers nominated time, pretty simple, and they try and, they've got 15 minutes to try and stick with that lap time. Closest to it, most regular person will be the winner. And we won't know the winner until the last car has passed across the finish line. Still, we can get some some sprightly driving out there as well.
We can. Now the old Humpy Holden that I just saw go by there, that car was built for a Targa event and taken to an overseas country to compete in. And look at that. A car from 1917, a T-Model Ford.
Absolutely. It's got number 17 on the side, so you can't miss it. So check those bike tyres out.
They're not bike tyres, they're T-Model Ford tyres.
It's not a great deal of rubber on the road, but a fun car to drive.
And how keen is the driver? They were out yesterday in all of the sloppy weather that was going on yesterday afternoon, just putting in more and more laps, getting more and more familiar with the car. And of course the track here at Winton Festival of Speed.
So it'll be interesting to see what car 17 they're nominated.
What sort of nominated time?
Once the car starts,
17, nominated time of 2 minutes 53.
That's about your speed, isn't it, Phil?
Well,
your
no,
quickest time?
probably a bit quicker than me.
Probably me too.
But then I don't wear good looking sand shoes like you do.
And meanie.
Well, you can run faster in those sand shoes.
Absolutely.
Run faster and jump higher. So we are now underway with our regularity.
We have, and we do have some times up on the board to give people a fair idea of who's doing what, what's doing who. It's Rob Nethercott, car 30. He's leading at the moment.
Well, no, that's the nominated,
nominated time.
So he's nominated a 1 minute 45. So he's got the fastest nominated time of anybody out there.
So what, Rob can stick with his time? Now they're starting to up the ante, as you can see them go across the start.
Quite the gaggle coming through there on screen. The poor old two-bottle Ford being swamped.
It's getting swamped, so she's really hanging onto it now. As we see a clubman just nip up the inside, giving plenty of racing room for the quicker cars. And as we did notice, as cars are all different speeds, Phil, so you just got to be very conscious of who's coming in your mirrors.
Yes, if you go doing the big dive under brakes into the corners here, you may well come in the incur the wrath of the stewards.
So the clerk, of course, it's not always a fun thing to. So the clerk, of course, would like to see you, right?
Car 810 there, beautiful looking car. M. Ryan at the wheel with a 1 minute 49 as their nominated time. Heading up towards Max Pegram in the little guy spot. Car number 11.
Max is just about to be overtaken.
Yeah, let's see what this Max nominated. 2 minutes is the nominated time of Max in the back line. I'm sure he's well and truly capable of going much faster than that, but of course he's perhaps allowed for some
heavy
traffic and whatnot going on.
Oh, it pays you just to be fairly conservative, because you can't go too hard, because cars of different speeds.
That's right, and you can always adjust your nominated time for the following events.
But I tell you what, it's very, very easy to get red mist in these particular events. It's only regularity, I know, but you know.
Yes.
You see someone up in front of you that you reckon you're as quick as, you seem to go a little bit quicker.
Or someone goes by you think, well, you shouldn't be going quicker than me.
Exactly. So sometimes the times can be a little bit distorted. The cool and calculated ones will just sit on their
now look at that Porsche on screen.
Beautiful.
Sorry to butt in, but isn't that just an absolutely glorious car, number 3?
Especially in the Winton sunshine, it really glistens off the livery of that particular Porsche car number 3. It's on screen at the moment.
And of course we're starting to get some of those actual lap times come up now. M. Sully on a 2 minute 07 with a nominated 2:05. Looks like about the best of what's out there at the moment.
Yeah, Mark. Presumably that's Mark Sully.
Yeah, basically you end up, you lose points in this. So the closer you are to your nominated time, the less points you lose. If you go underneath your nominated lap time, those loss of points tend to be a little bit greater. So the idea is to be, if you're not going to be on your nominated time, be just a little bit slower than it. And yeah, just look at that beautiful old Humpy Holden, the old FJ.
Looks good.
Coming around onto the
nice.
straight. Got the kangaroo perched across the side of the car.
He's having a look at Webster's Porsche. Webster's running, was running in about 10th position. The overall leaderboard. So the old Humpy Holding is keeping the Porsche more than honest. Going into the twisty parts.
Got to remember to keep himself honest.
Exactly, and he's going to have a look down the inside of
Around the outside.
Around the outside, and he makes the passing moves stick very well. Let's hope he's sticking to his nominated times, or that could go right out the window very quickly.
So Adams with a nominated time of 1 minute 46. Now he's done a 1 minute 47.8. So he's still got 30 points in hand.
So it's a nicely turned out Humpy, that one. 25. Still leading at the moment is Robinson on the leaderboards. We stick with the Porsche again. Now the Porsche's coming under a lot more pressure.
Yeah, of course, the trick is with regularity too, is we don't know what it is until it's all over.
Correct.
It ain't over till it's over.
Car 22 on the screen at the moment. don't have a particular time on. That's Adams. He's running down in 24th position in car 24. So maybe he's going a little bit quicker than what he should be to try and maximise his points.
Yes, of course, if you go way too quick, you'll be asked to pop your car on the trailer and go home.
Absolutely, but when you've got a lot of free track in front of you, this Adams has, it's pretty tempting to really get stuck into it.
And look, the track's just brilliant. You know, we've got all this traction out there now. The surface is in good nick and nice and clean. Rob Nethercott there and the Alpha Clubman.
Yeah, number 30, nicely turned out car from Rob.
Pitches the car down into what used to be turn 2.
Rob's lying 28th at the moment, so he's got a little bit of work to do to try and make his way up the leaderboard.
He's been doing a little bit too much work and going too quick or too slow.
Yeah, I think Rob might be going a little bit quick for his own good. Down in 28th position.
Here he comes, still on Rob Nethercott on screen.
We see some registration plates on historic plates, so Rob can actually take that out on the road and have a bit of a squirt as well.
Keeping it legal, of course.
Absolutely.
And Rob's a nice guy. If you've ever spoken to him, he's quite approachable.
Yeah, used to be
and the car beautifully presented and turned out.
He's the man at camps many years, was Rob. Also goes on Ron Simmons' coffee runs of a Friday, which are always quite pleasant.
Now, I just see a car parked on the outside of where Rob went past, and I think it might have been Mr. Tate's machine, the Lolita, but not 100% sure about that.
I saw
Mr.
Tate's machines too yesterday or the day before at the Move Museum down in Shepparton, the Repco Brabham. Beautiful looking turned out sports car.
Another clubman heading around there, 177 of Sally. That is Nigel Tate. I've just had confirmation of Nigel has come to a stop up the back straight, so that's a bit sad for Nigel.
Oh, yeah, so Nigel was had a good time as well, so that's going to be all out the window.
Well, he can't lose any more points.
No, he can't.
Yes, there's the car forlorn between the 150-metre mark, parked out in the shrubbery. Well, not in the shrubbery, in the grass.
Looks like he's far enough off the track, so a bit right in the braking area, which is probably not a good place to park, but I think
drivers left, and they'll approach that corner, drivers right, so we should be pretty good. Car 59 going through there. Another clubman style car.
I think that might be West.
Certainly a bit of a beast, that machine.
Car 59, I think he's running in second overall, which is West's car. And if Tate's off in the weeds at the moment, he could be in for a podium.
And of course, this car 59, whilst it looks like it may be a clubman, is rear engine, so most of the clubmans are front engine cars.
So he's riding with car 59 at the moment, running second overall on the leaderboard, coming up behind the T-Model Ford.
The blue car 59 working his way down past car 17 and checkered flag. So once we've got all of these cars past that checkered flag, we might have a little bit of an idea as to who's actually won this event.
Yep. At the moment, it says Nigel Tate, but I don't know whether Nigel can win it, even though he's not a finisher, but he might still have the best time.
I think you've got to finish.
So anyway, Nigel could be in trouble, but West in car 59, he might be the driver to take the honours, but we'll have to wait and see. As Phil said, you don't know who's won until the last car's actually gone across the start-finish line. A good gaggle of cars.
Yeah, great presentation of cars, great mix from Porsches and Datsuns, MGs, and a T-model Ford.
They'll be out again a little bit later on. As we said before at the start of the race, it's a good opportunity for people to, if they've got their car in the garage at home, it's in roadworthy, it's a good classic car, bring it out, and with a basic Motorsport Australia licence, you can actually run in these regularities.
Absolutely.
Which is a great way to get into motorsport, or if you just want to tone down out of motorsport.
Yes, there's a few drivers out there that have been around a racetrack in out-and-out racing guys that have decided that maybe age is catching up a little bit and maybe they need to focus on being regular.
Yeah, they still want to have a bit of a squirt, and but you don't get the door handle to door handle stuff of rough and tumble racing as such. Still, we're waiting for our last car to go across the start finish line, which is way down on the main straight on the long circuit here at Winton. And I think that's just about everybody through, so we should get some results through.
Just watching on screen one of the cars leaving the track, one of the Formula Ford cars that was out there in regularity, so there's a mixture of all sorts that you can go out there in.
Absolutely. Tin top Formula Fords. It's a bit daunting. You're sitting in a Formula Ford or a Formula Vee and a great tin top goes roaring by you. You feel very vulnerable.
Absolutely.
So I think that's the last of the cars that gone across the start-finish line. So I think it was West that took out the first regularity here at Winton this weekend. So that was that for the first of the regularities. More to come a little bit later on. We'll have a little bit of a break and we'll be back shortly.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
All right, it's Bob Morrow here, joined by Josh Lowing, and we're going to bring you the fabulous, fast and furious Formula Fords.
Good afternoon, Bob. How are you?
I'm terrific. It's much better than yesterday. Josh, it poured rain all day.
Was a bit slippery out there, Bob. But good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to a surprisingly sunny Winton. We're not used to this down here, but we've just about to be joined by the Formula Fords on track for their 10 lap up. We've got a bit of a mix up in the order this time. Jonathan Miles is usually on pole. He's starting 5th today.
Yes, that is quite. I don't think he's been that far back.
I don't think
ever.
he'd be a very happy man, to be honest with you.
Maybe that had something to do with the wet. We don't know. But McBride is on pole with a swift Got a few Swifts in this race. That's a car that was actually banned everywhere in the world except America
Exactly right.
for aerodynamic aids, and these Swifts have been scrutinised by our eligibility people, and they have allowed them to run. I think they had to make a couple of modifications.
Heavily scrutinised they have been, and we've got Declan Fu starting out of P2 in the new Penrite Van Diemen.
That's incredible. It's only his second run in that car.
And in his first run, in his second ever race, he won at Mallala in a track he's never been to. So that's a good sign about Declan, and
isn't it?
It's very encouraging to see that we've got a really, really close front group of cars. So keep your eyes peeled for some fantastic racing.
So we're waiting for them to get out of the dummy grid, and they'll do one warm-up lap, line up, and they'll be off. We've got McBride on pole, Fu next to him, then Reed, Liston, and then, as we said, Jonathan Miles back there in fifth position, a position he is very not used to at all. Next to him is Sean Whelan over from South Australia. Then Nethercott, which we saw in the Clubman in the race before. Beside him, Andrew McGuinness. He's not usually that far back, and neither is Richard Davison, who's back on ninth. So, Joss, there's going to be some stuff happening in this race. I can see that as we've got the grid coming up on screen. There's Richard Davison with Malcolm Osler.
Malcolm's usually in the Kaditcha.
Well, this is his new Lola. He's just bought this.
It's looking like it's going to be a fantastic race, Bob, as we see the cars run out of pit lane now to warm the tyres, warm the brakes, get everything ready to go for a big 10 laps of racing. It's a long time in these cars. It's a long time. No power steering and no anti-lock brakes like we see on all the modern machinery now. It's very, very tough out there, and there's going to be some action for sure.
And for those unfamiliar with Formula Fords, they are a formula that was invented in the late 60s by a little bit of a mistake. A racing car school was sick of the customers blowing up his expensive racing engines, so one day he just dropped a stock standard Cortina motor in. And whilst they didn't go as quick, they were still racing cars. Everything was adjustable. They were still good. Ford England got onto it, and within a year or two it was worldwide, and every Formula One driver at the moment has come through Formula Ford.
I'd say that's probably one of the more successful mistakes you'll ever see, Bob. Very, very successful indeed, and it's been going for well over 50 years now, so very successful.
Absolutely stock standard except for a control camshaft, which means they all have to use the same camshaft, and the exhaust is free. So it's racing exhaust. That's it. Single carburetor, original carburetor, put out 110 to 120 horsepower. They reckon if you get more than that, you're cheating. And they all use a control tyre. They're all on the same tyre.
They are indeed all on the Avons. A very, very durable tyre, that one.
But a treaded one, not a slick.
No slicks like we see all the van supercars on and all that sort of thing. We've got treads just in case it does get a bit wet, which we are very used to down here at Winton, but they won't need it this weekend, it doesn't seem.
No, and speaking from experience, you want to have a lot of tread on your tyres in the wet in the Formula Ford. Once they get about half worn, they're very slippery indeed, but with full tread, they're not bad at all in the wet.
And what you'll see is there's a lot of cars that have quite worn down tyres, which essentially act as a slick out here in the dry. And yeah, once they get wet, it's definitely no fun out there. But yeah, the tread is optimum. You want more of it because you've got more of a contact patch on the road.
Yep. Car 77 on the screen is Neil Richardson in a Van Diemen RF89. The class of Formula Ford is split up into three classes, FA, B and C. FA are the original cars up to the mid-70s. FB are up to the mid-80s. and FC up to 89. There's not a lot of difference between the A and B cars, but the C definitely, they're much more streamlined for a start, and they get through the air quicker, particularly at places like Coolabah.
We're getting the cars gridded up now. We've got a car on the infield, Bob. I hope that doesn't cause a yellow flag in an extra formation lap, but that's actually Ian Edgar's old car, the Lola, that's recently been sold. But we're about to see, hopefully, a green flag and get this 10-lap race underway.
Yes, it looks like the right rear wheel is pointing at a different angle to the other.
It certainly is.
So it looks as if something in the suspension has collapsed on that car. Luckily, it wasn't at racing speed when we discovered it. Revs are rising.
Red lights on. Red lights
Away,
off.
a good start by Fu, but McBride pulls him in, and McBride easily gets to the lead, and following him is
Andrew Reid.
yes, so Declan Fu has been relegated to third position. There goes Andrew McGuinness flying up on the inside, passing a few cars. We'll call the places as they go past. So after lap 1, and we're looking at another car that's off, and that's car number 5, which is Warwick Valletta and a Van Diemen, an FA car. There's 3 of them. Wow.
There's also Paul Faulkner as well, and there's most likely going to be a red flag for that. And we've also got Grant Walker in his new Swift off there. He's looking pretty beached.
Yes, it's wet over there. The sun's out, it looks all right.
So we've got safety car boards and flags out there now.
There he goes. So that means they'll be forming up behind the safety car.
Very glad I didn't make the call that we've got through the first couple of turns unscathed.
Yes, we hope there's not a red flag. They should be able, being Formula Fords, they should be able to get them out pretty easy.
They should. And we go to a yellow flag. We've got, oh, there's a car spearing off down towards the back end of the track in a very big way, off in the infield. That's just started seating itself on the apex of the second last corner. It's far from ideal, Bob.
No. So Malcolm Osler slipped into the, while we were watching everything else going on, Malcolm Osler is in place 1, but as they bunch up behind the safety car, this negates his little bit of a gap he caused, he made. Declan Fu sitting in 3rd. Jonathan Miles still in 5th, where he was on the grid.
I believe he's made up a place. He's in 4th.
Right. The one on screen had him as 5th, but you're right, he is 4th. No, the computer's now putting him back into 5th.
And we've got Grant Walker rejoining the track now, so that's good to see. That means we'll definitely not have a red flag. Always ideal, because once you've got the helmet on, Bob, you don't want to put the visor up at any stage during the race to have to stop.
Thanks. It's me dog. All right, well, they are sending out the trailer, the tractor, to retrieve that Formula Ford. So I would suggest, Joss, it's well and truly blocked.
I'd suggest it certainly is.
To send out that thing to put the prongs underneath and lift it up.
So that's Valletta out there in a newly painted RF75, an FA car. Beautiful little car, that one. That doesn't look like it's going anywhere in a hurry at all.
No, these laps that they are following the safety car do count. The computer doesn't seem to say that, but unless... Oh no, this will only be the second lap. Cars weaving around to keep their tyres nice and warm. The tractor getting in position. the truck waiting for the tractor to lift the Formula Ford up in the air and put it on the back of the truck. We don't see that very often.
Well, we've got a bit of spare time, Bob. We may most likely thank our sponsor for this race, Aviation Components, based down in Mentone. Thank you very much for sponsoring the event. Lots of crack testing and all that sort of thing done down there, and that you won't meet a better team to help you out with that kind of thing.
Car number 88 on the screen, which is Nigel Hook in the Van Diemen RF89. Like I said, 89 means that it was built in 1989. So even the most modern cars are 34 years old.
So under safety car, we've got McBride in control.
And
followed by Andrew Reid and Fu in third. Doing a very good job in that new car is Declan Fu.
Incredible, incredible.
And John O'Miles, who we definitely expect to be a bit further up. Obviously just not his weekend so far, but that can certainly change. He's sitting in fourth position. We've got Will Liston in the number 28 behind him. Andy McGuinness, Sean Whelan, Andrew Nethercote, and we've also got Koutsamidis in the top 10 as well. And rounding out the 10 is Richard Davison.
And the first of the FA cars is lost it. We'll wait till the computer gets back there. Is Manifold in 15th position. And the first of the FB cars is Willing in 11th position.
It's very important, Bob, that we keep up the tyre temp behind the safety car, because you don't want to be running into turn one, braking at about 50 metres and locking up a brake because you don't have brakes and you don't have any grip on the tyres.
No, and as we've seen here today, you'll end up in the mud.
And the mud is a place you won't get out of without help, so...
Well, even to the extent of sending a tractor. We've got another lap to go under the safety car, then it will be in. I see the fire truck has just gone out on the track. I don't know why, but we'll keep our eye on that. We're following car number 77, which is...
Nigel Hook.
In a Van Diemen again. The Van Diemens have absolutely nothing to do with Tasmania. They... are built in England. In fact, the majority of all these cars are from England. Very few Australian ones in. Few Elfins, of course, a Bowen. In fact, when Formula Ford came to Australia, you had to have an Australian-built car. You could not import a car from overseas. So that helped people like Bowen and Elfin to really get into business and start churning out these Formula Fords. And of course Elfin won the Drivers' Championship for several years in a row with Larry Perkins. I think the first one was Richard Knight, who then went to England and stayed there, raced in England and then opened a Mazda dealership, I think. The next one to win was Perkins. He went over there and then actually got into Formula One and drove a BRM. Formula One, did a few races for them, then came back to Australia. So these cars, all of these cars have got a history, Joss, haven't they?
They certainly have, and there's a car out there at the moment that is of American heritage. So that's Eric Bellamy in the Van Diemen Piper. So it was actually built back in 1986 to look essentially like a Swift, and it was built by a fellow named Don Siebenpiper. And he essentially put a big wig on the back and recorded his own car, and Eric's running around at the moment. And second meeting in that car.
Why is it called a Van Diemen?
Because Essentially, the chassis was a Van Diemen, but
right.
the rest of the underpinnings of the car was made in-house. So we've got the safety car in this lap. All the cars have got to stop weaving, stop warming up their tyres. And McBride's going to have control as we lead the field into turn 1.
It always amazes us commentators that some of these blokes don't bunch up. Can't believe that they don't bunch up when we're coming up for a start. Some of those stragglers at the back are leaving 20 or 30 metres between the next car. You should have your nose cone underneath the gearbox of the bloke in front of you.
And the red mist certainly doesn't get any better when you're behind somebody who's got a big
and he's
gap.
jumped.
Scott McBride will take on the lead into turn 1.
So, 6 laps to go. 4 down. And McBride still leads Reed, Fu, Miles and Liston. A bit of a passing move there.
Declan Fu showing the nose, and John O'Miles up the inside of Declan Fu, so that's a change for 3rd place. Declan's been forced out wide and will drop back to 5th. It's a bad restart for Declan.
And looks like he's got Miles right behind him. So the leader. McBride, Reed, Fu, Miles and Liston on our screen. McBride opened up a really good lead for Formula Ford. That's a very strong lead, as you can see from the next 2, 4, 5 cars behind him. They're all nearly nose to tail.
That sort of a gap is really important if you're leading a race, Bob, because you don't want to have the cars gaining from your slipstream at all. And Formula Ford being a very light and underpowered category in comparison to some of the more powerful cars we've seen this weekend, it's very important that you've got as much of the draft benefit as you possibly can.
So Miles up into 3rd now. He's 0.7 of a second away from the lead. He's displaced Fu. Fu's dropped down to 5th position.
And we've got Andrew McGuinness off in the sand at turn 4.
Oh, unusual for him.
Certainly unusual.
In fact, he's still not back on the track yet. There he goes.
And will rejoin at the very, very back end of the top 10 after being in 5th or 6th position. So that's a far from ideal restart. The battle for 3rd is still well and truly on. So we've got Will Liston at the front, trying to force the issue down the inside of John O'Miles. And we've also got Fu behind them waiting to pounce just in case anything does happen between these two. One of them runs a little bit wide or something along those lines. So,
well, that's what he's hoping.
He's certainly hoping that.
Make one mistake and I'm there. So a great dice there for 3rd position. 3 cars going for it.
And Liston will have the benefit of the draft down the front straight coming into turn 1. So watch for a potential move there. Jono covers very, very well and retains his 3rd position.
Well, it's a riveting dice, this. And Fu is doing extremely well for his first race at Mellow in a new car for him.
Certainly is. And we're watching John O'Miles make the RF89 about as wide as the track.
There we go. As
Foo around the outside of Liston.
Yes. Oh, way on the inside and gets the inside and takes the place. Well done, that man.
Very, very well executed by Declan. So
Here's a big slipstream coming now.
round the outside. That's a bit of a brave one.
Yeah.
Coming onto the new section of the track.
Never mind the slipstream, I'll just drive around the outside here. But didn't come off, however, he's got the inside running.
Declan struggles for traction running onto the new section of the track, so that'll mean Liston will have to go the long way around the outside coming into the second last corner, and he holds it off too. Very good move around the outside. Foo's got all that work to do to get back into fourth position again.
And Miles is able to put a little bit of distance between himself and them. As they're dicing, they're obviously not driving as fast as you can when you can do what you like. One's covering the other.
So Foo's just going around the outside of Liston, but Liston's going to have the benefit of the racing line up the inside.
Oi.
Declan runs wide, he's on the sand.
Wow, that's a shame.
Back on the track now though, but he's lost all the ground he made up there.
Yep. And meanwhile, back at the track. Jacob Manifold we see in car number 7, which is a Titan, Mark 6, a FA car, one of the early ones.
And we've got Willing in 9th position, which is a very, very good effort. Mixing it amongst all the FC boys, so very, very well done. In the Alwyn, I believe it is.
Yes, and he's in 9th position, as you say, very good. First to the FB.
And Jono Miles has made his way up to 2nd position, getting up the inside of Andrew Reid. So maybe it was just an average qualifying, just didn't quite click with him, or the car wasn't quite right, and he's making all the ground back up now.
Yep, well, it's a 10-lapper, and there's 2 to go. We're on lap, oh, big slide. Car 28, using up everything there. Keeping it just, but Malcolm Osler keeping it just under control. Very experienced punter is Malcolm, and he's showing that with the Liston on track, he's 3rd. Long way back behind Miles, long for a Formula Ford, behind Miles 2nd. There's a replay of the of Foo going off the track, going a bit too wide there, 1 foot off onto the, and that's it, into the gravel. Lucky he doesn't get bogged, he'd lose much time. He kept going, but that was the end of him.
Very good car control to
it was.
Keep it in the right direction, because once you get on that green stuff, it's very, very difficult to keep the car controlled. So we've got a massive, massive gap from McBride to Miles, over 8 seconds now. So Jono will really, really need to pull his finger out if he wants to get anywhere near McBride on this last lap.
Good thing about Formula Fords, there's dices all over the track. Some of these blokes would be dicing for 15th position. They wouldn't even care or know who won. They're just having a ball out there. As witness the 2 that are on screen at the moment.
So we've got Faulkner and Richardson having a very good battle coming through the back section of the track, but McBride just about to round the final corner now to take victory, or It's been a very, very commanding race from lights to flag.
Well, we'll just call it, see how many seconds he wins by as he crosses the line.
Takes the checkered
When he
flag.
crosses the line, when Miles crosses the line. Because this will mean that tomorrow Miles will be on the front row of the grid with McBride, so that could be interesting.
And nearly 10 seconds from McBride to Miles, and we've got Liston just over half a second behind.
So McBride won by 9.8 seconds, which is a huge group for Formula Ford. So the places are McBride, Miles, Liston, Fu, Nettleford, Davison, Koutapides, Willing and Richardson, and coming up in 10th is Faulkner. So the top 10 all down to 8th place are FC cars. Willing was the first FB car in 8th position.
It's a very good effort there from Steve.
And Manifold is the first FA car in 13th position, so that's not too bad either for a FA car. So that was it. Thanks, Josh. We'll wait till tomorrow where we'll see them do 2 8 laps.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Right, there's the results, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, down to 7th are FC cars, 8th is an FB, and the first FA was 13th position.
Phil's got a MG. Could you tell us a little about your car, Phil?
Sure, it's a 1972 MG BGT, originally out of Sydney. I've had it for about 6 or 7 years now. 5.6 litre Rover V8, around about 600 horsepower. Hollinger sequential and all the bells and whistles, yeah.
And you're part of MG Racing. You, how long have you had this and how long have you been racing it for?
I've been racing MG since 2012. Started in an F, a cup car, and then progressed to a V8 in 2018, I think it was. The block's out of the UK, and I think the heads are as well originally. But yeah, it's a Rover block. Yeah.
And MG Racing, what do you like about it?
Oh, everything. The camaraderie, we have such a variety of cars. We look after each other on track and we have fun. That's the premise. We're out there racing hard, but the priority is to bring the cars back and ourselves back as we went on track.
No worries. Well, look, thanks very much for your time.
that's all right. I've got you. You go when you're ready. We'll have a drink for you as well.
Okay, the Dana event coming up, event 3, the MGs and invited cars are about to come out onto the circuit. They're up in the dummy grid area, but a great collection of British cars involved. There's some Triumphs in here as well, along with the obviously MG Bs, MG Midgets, MG ZRs, which are some of the later saloon type MGs that weren't actually sold out here in Australia. And our good friend Bob Morrow would be very pleased to see a Triumph Spitfire and some MG F, which is also the later model type MGs as they come out onto the track now, going past our commentary spot. And 55, of course, is Elliott. And then we've got Sarima in second place, Rogers, Bernal. So the usual stalwart people up the front there. We haven't got Bailey here this weekend. He's usually very quick in this
Yes,
category.
I think Ron, I think the last time I saw the Bailey machine, though, it had a bit of a problem in the engine department. I think it a little bit of self disassembly went on. So
maybe one of those problems where it had an electrical problem.
yeah, the alternator or the generator knocked off by the
famous
by the starter
Pete
motor.
Gagan comment that was. So a splendid day as it's turning out to be, Phil, with the sun shining.
Absolutely gorgeous, and the track is in impeccable condition. Not so sure about the grass. I think if you were to spear off the black stuff and find yourself on the grass, you might accelerate.
As we said earlier on today, the track's very quick, but the inside of the track is quicker.
Yeah, absolutely, until you get to the mud. So down the back of the grid is actually Phil Chester in the MGB GT V8. So I would expect that Phil Chester will be making some moves through the field. That is a very quick car indeed.
Chester and Bailey show, isn't it really?
Yeah, usually out the front. So
I remember he has these very bright flashing lights on the front of the car, if it's the one.
So he may have had a little bit of issue in qualifying, perhaps finding himself down the back.
Well, of course, MG, not many people probably know, or those enthusiasts will know MG for Morris Garage.
Oh, I thought it might have been for Might Go.
No, Morris Garage, definitely. So, starting out from the old Morris Bullnose Morris type cars, and they went on from there, and there, as I say, 72 at the back there, Chester, that is the car I thought it might have been. And he is blindingly fast normally, so watch out anyone in between. We'll put a bit of a bet on. What do you reckon? 5 laps?
Yeah,
Will be up the front?
Chester is returning into the pits, though.
We put the Moz on him.
So we've put the Moz on him.
We often
Commentators,
do that, don't we? We're good at that.
we may start from pit lane, perhaps. We're just not too sure exactly what's going to happen there. But yeah, a little bit odd that he's done a lap of the track and gone back into the pits. Nothing visible wrong with the car there.
So taking nothing away from Elliott in pole position. Sairama, is it, in second?
Siama, yep.
Siama, and should be a good race. A couple of MGs up the front, MGB style cars, one a GT, the other one the soft top. Away they go. Nicely away from the line to try and stag in amongst that lot as well. They come down into turn
one,
around into turn 2, up to what we call turn 3 this weekend, being on the long circuit. And Chester has come out onto the grid, so
okay, so
Chester at the moment stone nothing's last. But
we've got a spinner there, car 8,
turn 3,
and everybody's managed to avoid him. He stayed on the black stuff.
It's Vernal having the spin or knocked around. Whatever happened there, I think he might have got a bit of help. And now just watch Chester now already starting from the pit area and already making inroads up to the slower cars at the back as they head up towards the old tank corner. And it's still Elliott and Sarama out front, Rogers, then Vern, of course, got spun around and he's back a few places. And look at the lead that he's got on this as we go around the top end of the circuit there.
See another car there down through the twiddly bits off on the green stuff, just making its return as we've got quite a gaggle of cars heading up the old back straight, about to turn left onto the new section, or newer section. I guess it's not new anymore. It's been there a number of years now.
A new section, don't we? It's been there for 15 years now.
Just was certainly moving forward.
So 15 is not running, according to an observer. That's 141. Okay. Okay, 55 still really the lead.
Wow, look at Chester just down the front straight, having to weave left and right as he works his way through the traffic. Down into turn 1, makes his way into turn 2. He's got a couple of cars side by side arguing for the track. Which way is he going to go? He's elected to stay on the outside down into turn 3. Holds on to, no, he hasn't made a move at all on that, but I expect that he will jump past these two guys as he heads up towards the sweeper. Right foot to the floor and thunders through, up into 8th, around, works his way around the outside, making sure he's staying on the black stuff.
There's no points for getting out of the grass this weekend.
No, and
it takes his time getting up through the top end of the circuit. The cleavage in, we call it up there.
It would be so easy to just put a couple of wheels off in the edge there a little bit and find yourself losing way too many places. So just taking his time, picking them off as he can. Got plenty of power under that right foot. Jumps past another car up as the back straight, hooks it to the left onto the extended part of the track. And just look at that car power up that new section. Bobby's Triumphs there, working his way up the back, the Triumph TR7, and then we're back with a couple of MGs there. Car 45, which is
unusual car at 22 that you see getting around there. It's an MG Saloon, and it's a MG ZS180, which we didn't get here. Might be wrong. It's a 2.5 litre engine of that. It could be a small V8. Not too sure on it, but they did make a V8 of that model.
Yes, well, when MG was taken over by Walkinshaw Racing, they made some rather interesting quad cam engines for the cars that they were under their production line at that time.
They did too, Phil, and we're looking for our lead car is way up the top end of the circuit now. He's a long way in front of everybody else. He's doing 136s against the next car at a 142. Then we've got Chester doing a 142, but I think he's getting held up by traffic.
Yeah, he's already up into position 9, so good movement through the field. Taking it very cautious, as one might expect. A car that's so fast, you could find yourself up the inside of somebody and really surprise them. End up with a big moment. So Triumph works his way down the outside, not going to be able to get around the outside of the MG on that occasion. Car 33 onto the start-finish straight.
TR7 on the screen at the moment. They're the yellow car. They actually had a big series for those many years ago, the TR7 series.
They did indeed.
And many a driver got a start driving one of those sort of cars. Not a huge seller here in Australia. I was actually selling them brand new, but not that many sold. Very underrated sort of car. As we watch the top end guys going through the cleavage area up the top there. And as I said, that car 22 going through the Illingsworth car, he's making inroads as well in the car number 1, which is Tratham, a little MG midget, who's harassing the MG V8 model car. So he's going to go around the outside if he can, with a long way around there.
Trying the old under and over, I think, Ron.
Yes, but I think the horsepower of the car 15 will peg him back as they go up the long straight.
Yeah, just then car 1 tries to come back under brakes, but not able to do it.
Yeah, it is.
Gets close for the. Oh,
very close
yeah,
there.
He was so close there, but he's going to lose a position, I think.
Okay.
No, he able to outpower the other car there. So down the front straight they come, and Chester moving through the field, who's about to come into that little group. Car 72, look at the glorious paint job on that car. Beautifully presented vehicle. Up through past the old start finish. Car 22, Hillingworth in position 4, so he's the next one in the gun for Chester.
Chester pulls up behind them on the big sweeper up the top there before we get up to 10 corner. And he's really picking them off as they come up into this group of cars here. He's about to get past Sakana there and the other MG V8.
Trathan
later,
beautifully around the outside, gets a little bit of a break as he comes down into that really tight right-hander onto the start finish, the old back straight. Got a good gap. But Chester open the taps and away he goes. Hook to the right and then back to the left and down the inside. Takes 2 positions on that run up the back straight. Doing it pretty easily indeed. And now finds himself in what I think is going to be about position 3 on track. The next time they come past the start-finish line, we'll be able to tell you that.
As you say before, Phil, beautifully presented car. Its colour scheme is absolutely magnificent, very distinctive. Car 83 going through there is one of the smaller MG F series cars.
Yes, well, Chester actually is in position 2, so he's only got one more position to catch up to. I don't think he's going to be able to reel that one in. Quite a gap between Chester and Elliott, way out in front. There's some 27 odd seconds gap.
Well, Elliott's coming down the long back straight, so...
well, we have got 5 laps remaining,
He's got another way to go, yeah, but whether he'll catch up in 5 or 6 seconds, another way, very hard to do. Easy to say, but very hard to do.
He just needs to get onto some of that fast stuff, the green.
My word.
Wet, slippery grass is nothing faster. Certainly when you weren't expecting to be going on it.
Well, Chester is pretty much equaling Elliott's time. But Chester has got the fastest lap by 0.5, I think it is there. So there's not much in it.
Not a lot in it for outright time, best time, but that gap, as you say, it's quite a margin. Will be very tough to reel that one in. But I'm assuming that this is a progressive grid, like you finish in position 2, the next race you'll come out and start from position 2. Chester started this race from the pit lane and has made his way through to position 2 on track. Now with a 1:32, so he's certainly the quickest car out there.
Chester's car is getting a little smoky, and I noticed he was easing off. Going over the old start finish line here.
Smoky.
Smoke now, it's really getting quite bad.
Yeah.
So maybe he's overstretched it a little bit trying to catch up.
Could be.
I hope he's keeping an eye on that oil pressure gauge. Because what we say, when it stops smoking, it's run out of oil.
That's the one. Van Wall getting through there in the silver car.
They're very quick, those little cars. They have a big series for them in the UK. All very similar looking sort of cars. So it's the little touring car model that we don't get, little hatchback. So a great little motor car. Many a person started their racing career in a little MG midget or an MG or a Sprite, Austin Healey Sprite, MG midget, very similar looking cars, just typical BMC badge engineering of the day.
Absolutely. Well, the older brother Colin, he started hill climbs in an Austin Healey Sprite, a Mark II, and Chester pulling off the track, so he's not gotten to the finish.
We put the Moz on him.
That blue. Yeah, there's that smoke that we saw run has caused him to retire.
Yep. I didn't know whether he may have got a flag for that. I'm not too sure. We didn't see it from our end here. Anyway, that's a shame. It's taken the zoom out of the race.
It has, but if it's something that's fixable, he'll be back again from the back of the grid tomorrow, and we'll get to see him work his way through again.
A lot of rags come to the action then, I think. Wipe it all down. But that brings Trathon up into second place in car number 1, which is the little MG midget, little 1310cc's in that car, and that was getting them out pretty close to the edge of the ball. 1310, you could probably go 14 something else, but 1310's pretty safe way to ball them out. The lead car now is picking up. Oh, we've got someone off into the Boondocks here.
Car 48.
Car 48, and that is Anthony Volgerbert in a MG Rover ZR.
Yeah, well, there you go. And he's found out how fast the car can go on the green stuff.
Go through a bit more mud.
Bounces through the mud and then back onto the black stuff.
Doing a bit of rallycross.
Ooh, a little bit of tail flick there from the Sprite, and car 48 off again.
Oh, so not a replay.
No, not a replay.
Yes.
That's a.
Might be time to give it away after all that. Anyway,
that's Tony Vollebrocht. So Jane Vollebrocht used to run in hill climbs and circuit racing, doing a bit of sprint meetings and whatnot. So. One of the family running in the MG. So we're very close to the end of this race now, with Elliott still well in front with a 44.7 second gap. Here we go with the replay of the Vollebrocht machine bouncing through the green, looking for the black, coming back on. Eventually we wander down, trying not to get bogged. Oops, we'll pull up there, and we're back on track.
Well, he got it going again. That's the main thing. All right, we've got our leader, Elliott, of course, at a 134.6. Back to Trathon with a 140, so good. Don't think it's too much catching up there. We've got 1 lap remaining that I could see there.
Yes, they're very close to the end now, and not too sure where Elliott is on track, but he can't be very far away, I don't think. He's on the final lap now.
Because the MG Car Club, of course, which a lot of these people would be members of, is one of the biggest car clubs, certainly in Victoria. I know that. They've got a very big membership because it's spread over all the different models of MGs, MGFs, MGTDs, all that sort of thing. And here's our lead car, car 55, on screen as we speak. Nice big bulge on the front there to actually take the carbies on the centre of the engine.
Is it carbies or fuel injected on that car?
I'm not too sure. Fuel injected, but it's got a power bulge. So he's certainly on his way to a well-earned win. No pressure from anybody at the moment. So his 134.6 best lap is something like 6 seconds front of the next guy. So he's slowing down a little bit, I think. I hope he hasn't done the Moz, because he's not going as quick as he was.
It's interesting, though, that pardon me, Chester in 72, the car that retired, has still got the fastest lap of the event, of 132.7.
There's the flag.
And the flag is out. So Elliott is the winner of the event. Quite a gap before Tratham comes through. We've got some of the other cars that have been lapped coming through the finish at the moment. Here comes second place, Trenton in his MG. Jumps onto the brakes for the second last, and now the last corner, hooks it to the right. Nice and steady as you go. A 51 seconds gap, so quite the gap from first to second. So Garima in third. Just waiting for Illingworth to come through, and that will round out position 4. There's Illingworth now. So, Ron, as you were saying, the MG Car Club, there's MG Car Clubs all over the place, and this year the Australian Hill Climb Championship will be run by the MG Car Club of Newcastle, and so that'll be quite a good event up there at in just north of Raymond Terrace in New South Wales.
It'll be very interesting to watch. Yes, the MG group do all sorts of weird things. They had a Victoria or Australia, I think, Victoria, Australia, the Rob Roy people against the English MG people they were at not Shelsley Walsh, but they all get together, and when the Australians go over there, they loan them a car to drive.
Yep. And similar
Prescott,
when they come
Prescott
out.
was where they went to.
Prescott, that's right.
And they compete against each other. The Australians have done pretty well in that sort of event.
Yep. So we've just seen the results come up there on screen too, Ron, while we were chatting about that, and so we've got quite a few doing well, and all the way back, but a few that were +1 lap.
Yes, absolutely. They were. So thank you to Dana for bringing us that event, which is the MG Racing and Invited Cars.
And we had 3 that did not finish and 1 that did not start. So we'll bring a throw to a break now, and you'll see some wonderful stuff on Blendline TV.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
I'm here with Dom. Dom's driving a Group NC 69 Chev Camaro. Can you tell us a little bit about your car, Dom?
Yeah. So this car's been around the Group N scene for a little while. It was built by Jim and Darren Collins, and we only just recently purchased it, so we've had it not even a year yet. It's always been a front runner in Group N, and I'm having fun driving it. It's a great car to drive. Yeah, we're always been Mustang people, so we've come over to the Chev side, so that's been interesting. But no, it's been great.
And what sort of horsepower does this sort of Group N car make?
Yeah, so these NC Chev powered cars, they make up to over 500, 550 sort of horsepower range. So they're motoring. Yeah, so for an old car, they get up and boogie. So it's good fun.
And are these like, say, 10-bolt diff and Muncie 4-speed, etc.?
Yeah, correct. So with the period, we have to stick with the period. So how the cars sort of come out. So 350 Chev, 4-speed Muncie. This one's got a 12-bolt. The 69's allowed to have a 12-bolt diff. But drum brakes at the front, at the rear, the discs at the front. So at the end of the race, they're a bit more fun to drive. But yeah, so that's we've got to stick to what the period allows.
And Group NC, you've been around the category for a while. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I've been racing since I've been 20 years. I've been involved with historic touring cars of Victoria as in the club. Race Cortinas, Mustangs, right through. It's a fantastic club. We've got well over 280 members at the club and a variety of cars. And it's a great racing. It really is.
And Winton Festival of Speed, have you been here before and what do you think of the event?
Yeah, I raced here last year with the Mustang. It's a great event. Yeah, so it's a variety of different classes and cars and different makes. So Winton and VHRR do a great job putting it on. So yeah, no, it's a great festival of speed.
All right, well, thanks very much.
Yeah, that's a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you and welcome back to Group N up to the 1972 touring cars. And to bring us that is the touring car man himself, is Darren Knight. Good morning to you, Darren.
G'day, Ron. G'day, everyone. Welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed. I was complaining, why couldn't the weather be like this at the short track meeting, Ronnie, a bit earlier in the year. It rained for the whole weekend, but the VHRR in their massive power that they have ordered the good weather, and here it is. What a fantastic day here at Winton Motor Raceway. Coming up, race 1 for Group N historic touring cars. A very big big grins. Hopefully there's going to be some big grins. Very big grid of historic touring cars, covering the sort of cars that raced on Australian circuits in touring cars up until the end of 1972. So groups NA, NB and NC. And there's just about every category and every type of model that raced in those years out here before us, Ron. And no stranger to the front row of the grid. The man that'll be starting out of pole position will be Brad Tilley in the number 28 white and blue Ford Mustang. We've seen Brad a front runner in this category for many, many years, Ron.
Yes, he's been around the traps for a long time, as I say. And good collection of cars in the background there. I see Tony Hubbard there. I always watching Tony Hubbard drive. He's starting, about 3 or 4 rows back, but he should power his way through, I would have thought.
Almost a local from Seymour, just down the road here in Victoria. Had some engine issues with his Chevy Camaro a few months ago. Has got them sorted out now. Very much a front runner in the category. Of course, came through from sports sedans in the 70s and 80s and joined the historic touring car race a few years ago now at the wheel initially at HQ Monaro. Now has this lovely 67 shape Chevy Camaro. That's the red machine number 24. He'll be starting out at grid position number 7 alongside Bill Trengrove in the number 22 Mustang.
It's good to see Bill up there.
I beg your pardon, that's Brent Trengrove. Too many Trengroves.
Brent, is it? Yes.
Brent Trengrove, Bill's son, in the number 22 Chevy Camaro. So all Chev 4th row of the grid there. So Brad Tilley will start in pole alongside Andrew Williams in the bright blue number 59 Tirana XU1. Andrew, arguably the quickest Tirana in the country, I would say, pretty comfortably there, Ron.
Oh, I reckon so. Very, very quick car indeed. So we go back to, now Tweedy's the one that I'll be interested in. That's car 15.
Of course, you just spot the Mini.
I did spot the Mini, and I saw him in a little bit of practice there earlier this morning, and he was going very quickly indeed, which has put him on position 15 of the grid amongst some pretty big horsepower motor cars.
Tom Tweedy, son of another historic touring car campaigner of years gone by, Bob Tweedy. Tom extremely quick at the wheel of an open wheeler. We've seen him modern machinery as well as Formula 3.
Big sports cars and anything you like.
Formula 5000 in historic Formula 5000. He's had a steer, so keep an eye on that very quick Cooper S of Tom Tweedy.
Because his dad, of course, also raced the Mini many years ago.
Second row of the grid, Darren Collins in the Ford Mustang. Number 97 previously drove the Chevy Camaro that we saw the package there before of Dom Leo, so has been in a bit of horse trading, so sometimes is in this category. So he's back behind the wheel of one of the first Group NC cars built, in fact, by Ryan Knott way back in the mid-90s. That car's gone through a few owners, and now Darren is behind the wheel. He'll start alongside Adrian Moyle on that beautiful black 68 Chevy Camaro, number 25. Just trying to work out some grid issues at the moment towards the back of the grid.
Cars starting all over the place at the back of the grid there. I'm not sure exactly what happened. They weren't staged in their right positions at all. Anyway, the race is underway, and Tilley out in front, then Williams, Collins, Moyle and Gervin as they head round there. Look at Hubbard already making his way through as they head up towards turn 3. And 97 going through there, that's Collins.
Peter McNiven in the little red RX2 is right on the tail of Darren Collins. So the little rotary certainly giving the Ford some hurry up. A great start from McNiven up there in 4th in front of that very quick green Tirana of Andrew Gervin. So Gervin has had a great first part of this lap too, Ron.
Yes, as I say, I guess the matter-of-fact man will be looking at the starting procedure at the back of the grid there. They weren't in the right positions or anything, so 3 abreast they were at one stage. Anyway, as you say, the lead cars now coming through, Tilley, Williams, Collins, Boyle and Gervin. Gervin really pushing in the little RX2 as they head down towards the hard left-hander. A lot of heavy braking goes on in this spot here. The all one really locking up and losing it altogether.
Adrian Moyle in the Chevy Camaro goes off and rotates the car. He's trying to get the car started again, but a bit of a messy moment there for Moyle.
That caught his attention, I'm quite sure. Is he going to get going, or is he waiting for the traffic to move through? I think he's waiting for traffic. He's probably got the thing going. There's a lot of cars to get through. Yes, he's got going right stone motherless fast almost, because we've got a couple of other slower cars behind him. Anyway, down the long straight they come, down the start-finish straight, and that's car 29 getting through there with that's Gervin. Gervin doing very, very well indeed in the March 17th Green XU1.
Hubbard right on the tail of Gervin. So Hubbard, the Chevy Camaro, number 24. Starting to make his presence felt as he tries to reel in that green Tirana of Gervin. Not far behind Hubbard is Brett Trengrove in the slightly late model 69 model Chevy Camaro, number 22.
They look great going around together, don't they? Hubbard really slipping and sliding through the S's up the top there, and really holding on. Pretty good line through there. Nice big fat wheels on that one as they go around what we call the cleavage up the top. And watching on the screen here, it's still Hubbard, and then 22 in behind him. So that's a great race going on between those two. There we've got 17 getting a bit out on the wide line there. It's,
Rob Van Stockham in the Ford Mustang, just been rounded up by Les Wormsley in the white Cortina, number 99.
Must have an issue.
Phil Barrow in the FJ Supercar, we call it, affectionately. Number 72 goes past Van Stockham. So Rob Van Stockham driving the Ford Mustang, originally built some years ago now by Alistair Raven for Drew Margett. Jim Richards owning this car for a point as well. Replay coming up now of Adrian Moyle getting it all wrong, and then number 25 Chevy Camaro just had to lock up the brakes there to not go into the rear of the Gervin Tirana and fell right back to the tail end of the field. Van Stockham's got past Barrow in the FJ, Bland in the Capri getting past the humpy as well. Adrian Moyle starting to regain some track position now after that error on the opening lap. Brad Tilley, meanwhile, back at the front, is still leading over Andrew Williams in the Tirana. No surprise to see fastest lap from Brad Tilley. With 6 laps remaining, this first race for the Just Cars Historic Touring Cars. Hubbard coming to the pits, unfortunately, so kisses death there. I think we mentioned him a few times there, Ron.
Too many times, unfortunately.
Do it every time. So shame there for Tony Hubbard. Out of the race. Brett Ferris in the number 19 XU1 has his hands full with Chris Stern in the Mustang, and Ben Dahlstrom, the president of the Historic Touring Car Association, in the Silver Charger. He has David Noakes in the twin cam, the BDA powered Escort right behind him. Absolutely beautiful car, the number 19 Tirana of Ferris. Dahlstrom on screen in the Charger car, previously campaigned run by Les Walmsley. We saw Les have many great drives beyond the wheel of that fantastically quick Charger.
Absolutely, and always a sight to see when he was driving it, but he's now driving a little Cortina GT. Okay, so we look at our lead cars, still Tilley, Williams, Collins, McNiven and Given, then Trentgrove. Cars make their way up over the old start-finish line down into turn 3. And we've got 39.
Greg Menzies in the Mark II Jag, unfortunately retired a couple of laps ago. So sad to see the Mark II, the big cat parked on the sidelines there.
Let's see just where he is at the moment.
Car that won consecutive Australian Touring Car Championships at the very start of what we now know, I guess we still call supercars touring cars. Well, they've taken the mantle anyway. They're strictly not a touring car anymore. So hopefully we'll see Greg back out there in that beautiful Mark II Jag tomorrow. As we still see this battle going on between Chris Stern and the Mustang and Ben Dahlstrom in the Charger. Nothing between them.
No, pretty good race, and then we've got Tweedy, as we were mentioning in the mini there.
On screen, your man, Roddy.
Yes.
Tom Tweedy right behind the Mark I Escort of David Noakes. So Tweedy doing a great job in 12th, and then Dimitriv Kupres, the first of the minis, in fact.
He says he's running as a 1293. We'll take it as read. But anyway, he's doing very well.
As long as you can't see the pistons going up and down from outside the block, it's all good.
So, on Tweedy, 140.4, so he's going pretty well. Good time. And the quickest of the NB cars, of course, is Tweedy.
Dom Leo in the white and gold Camaro, starting to put the pressure on Pete Muhlman in the all-black number 43 Ford Mustang. Pete Muhlman, consecutive winner of the club championship here in Victoria. He's certainly got his hands full with Dom Leo right on his tail. Dom Leo, of course, son of Tino Leo. How many races did Tino do here at Winton, Ron? Many, many years in all sorts of categories.
I think he just about owned the circuit there at one stage. He had all sorts of variants of motor cars he drove. Predominantly gold, they were, a lot of them.
Yep, a lot of gold on Tino's cars. Starting off, of course, the Humpy Holden. HQ, that beautiful HQ sports sedan that started life as a touring car with John Harvey at the wheel. Tino owned that for many years. Dom right on the door handles of Pete Muhlman. Great battle here. Oh, Willie Van Wersch goes off in the Falcon.
And that's always hit the fence down there too.
Oh, it's disappointing for Willie. Not sure if he had a brake issue because he
Well,
left the
so he went
circuit
off in a great rate of knots.
Great rate of knots, and of course very wet here yesterday afternoon, I'm told, and that has not allowed Willie to pull the car up in time, and unfortunately he's gone sideways into that tyre wall. Safety car will be dispatched.
Actually, yes, yellow flags down there, so they're all slowed up a bit.
Yeah, fairly heavy impact there, sideways for Van Wersch. Got back into the driver's seat after several years of not racing, a prolific collector of Group C touring cars over the years, and jumped back into competition with this ex-white Falcon a few months ago.
Used to run under the banner of the Yellow Brick Road. That was his name, and he's probably built many a factory around the Benalla area too, a prolific builder of units and things like that.
So we hope Willie's okay. There was a fairly strong impact there with the tyres. A lot of metal around Willie, of course, the big XY Falcon. That tyre wall there, of course, being there to stop cars going right across the circuit and onto the old, the newer front straight. There's not a lot of grass there between the two parts of the circuit there. In fact, probably the closest distance there between different directions on the race circuit. But Willie had no hope of pulling the car up that very wet grass. That dry racing circuit, of course, but the infield extremely wet with all the rain we had last night. Willie's out of the car, which is great to hear. So we have 2 laps remaining. Not sure if we're going to be able to restart the race and have a run to the checkered flag with just the 2 laps remaining, and the car has not been removed from the track as yet. So great to hear that Willie has walked out of the car under his own steam. The most important part, of course. But there'll be a little bit of panel fixing required for the big XY. Here we have a replay going off at a great rate of knots, so possibly a brake issue there at the end of the old back straight for Van Wersch. Tripped over the ripple strip and went careering across that wet grass and into the tyre barrier quite solidly. So Brad Tilley's our current race leader, with Andrew Williams second and Darren Collins third. May squeak in a 1-lap screamer. Perhaps the cars are lined up behind the Hyundai safety car.
Be a while. They're going to get that car up onto the flat top truck, so they may be just a little while getting that sorted out. May end up running under a yellow flag to the finish, because being so wet and slippery out there doesn't make the removal any easier.
So we've got 2 more races for this category tomorrow. Of course, a preliminary in the morning, and then the big 50k Just Cars Historic Touring Car Cup, which has always provided great racing on. A longer journey for historic tours, which allows the guys to get into the groove. And the checkered flag, we're being told, will come out to end this race, unfortunately, under safety car, but not much we can do about that, unfortunately, with that incident happening right towards the end. So we've completed a race distance, so Brad Tilley will be awarded the win. Driving a great race, of course, out in front anyway. So well done to Brad Tilley and team. He'll take the win from Andrew Williams in the Tirana, and Darren Collins will be third. Peter McNiven, a great drive into 4th in the RX2. Andrew Gervin was 5th in the Tirana. Brett Trengrove in the Camaro was 6th. Garrett Edwards in the Tirana was 7th. Rhett Ferris, another Tirana, was 8th. Chris Stern, the Mustang, 9th. And Ben Dahlstrom rounded out the top 10 in the Charger.
Well, a bit of a sad ending there for the Falcon, but never mind. He's up and about, that's the main thing. So a big thank you to Just Cars. Bring us that particular event. You can find your next or used classic car, unique car or modified car today with Just Cars. Always a good read.
Brad Tilley was the fastest man in that race too, 135.46 on lap 3. A little bit quicker than Andrew Williams, he posted a 136.17. Got to get it pretty early in the day to beat one of the Tilleys. Been racing this category for many, many years, and that lovely little 289 powered Mustang took the chocolate. So Brad Tilley winning from Andrew Williams and Darren Collins. We'll be back with more from Winton Motor Raceway shortly.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
I'm here with John. John's part of the HQ Racing. Can you tell us a little bit about your car and where you're from, John?
Yeah, so from Clonmacnoise in Victoria, run a workshop there fixing cranes for a living during the week. That's our business, JDM Services, and decided to get involved in HQ Racing end of last year. Bought the car. Car had been sitting for 14 years, overhauled it, pretty much ground up rebuild. And then debuted it fairly unsuccessfully at the Historics at Sandown, and then came back this year with a fresh motor, and it's been pretty good.
And your fellow competitors told me you used to be a flag marshal, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So 25 years as a flag marshal, sector marshal on the other side of the fence, and then decided at the ripe old age of 41 that, you know what, I reckon I might give this racing a bit of a go, and decided to find a car, get behind the wheel. Found a home with HQ and the HQ Vic Club, and been very supportive, very helpful, and really part of the family.
What sort of drew you to the HQ Racing?
Probably a few things, like obviously it needs to be a Holden man through and through, and just wanted to find something entry level. The HQ, guys have really cleaned themselves up over the last few years. Obviously been watching them for a long time, and the kind of racing we're doing now, nice, clean, tight, fast racing, but we want to get the cars coming home in one piece. We're 50-year-old race cars, and we need to be making sure we preserve the club, and that's part of it. And obviously lifting the presentation, as you can see today, with our cars and the cars around us, the presentation of the cars really lifted, and we're just trying to keep the cars going, get more people involved in the car, and go forward.
All right, so look, well, thanks for your time.
HQ's next. I'd like to introduce John Costa. Welcome, John, to Winton and HQ's.
Thank you very much. What a fantastic day here. The suns are out. It's a major contrast to yesterday practice where it was raining for the last half of the day.
Absolutely, yeah, perfect weather. Reasonably good turnout of Qs for this historic Winton, so we should be in some good racing on the long track.
Exactly right there. We've got about 21 cars brought to you by Tyre Power. We've also got a whole heap of sub-sponsors on our guards as you see the cars rolling out onto the track. Young Ryan Woods on pole with Andrew Magilton. A couple of the youngsters taking it to the veterans like Rod Raji's and Andrew McLeod on the second row.
I tell you what, Ryan Wood's car's nicely turned out with the black and the orange, so the livery really sort of hits you, which is a good job.
Yeah, that car, I believe, is up for sale. I believe they got someone coming to look at that car this weekend, so he hasn't done any trouble in having that car up for sale with a pole position. We've got in 5th position, Kenny Wright. Of course, that name's been around HQs for 30-odd years. Gavin Ross, he went out and did saloon cars and a few other things. He's come back in the HQs. Steve Banks and John Wise on the 4th row of the grid. And Perry Becker's Mick Magilton rounding out the top 10.
We see Raji's there, car 33, on the 2nd row of the grid. Do you expect him to sort of get through and challenge the front runners, Magilton and Woods?
Yeah, looking at the grid, like the top 6 especially, they're all quick cars. All front-running cars, especially last year, had a good championship battle with all of them. Banks has improved this year. So has Magilton. Andrew Lorgelli at 12th position. He's very happy with that. He was running shocks since 2016. Changes shocks and he goes, it's made a world of a difference to his car. Another one to watch, or two to watch, are the two at the back. Tony Maloney, he went out for qualifying, did 1 lap, ran out of fuel. So he's coming from the back, and Ray Jardine unfortunately had a battery issue.
I was going to say about Jardine, car 8, he's right at the back of the grid, so he's got a lot of work to do to try and get that car elevated up through the grid.
So they're doing their siding lap and they'll come around and grid up, and we shouldn't be too far from a start. Thank you to the hard-working recovery crew removing the Group N car.
Absolutely, and many thanks to all the officials too, John. Not only all the flaggies and the grid marshals and the gatekeepers for putting this historic Winton on. 8 laps. Reasonably good field of cars, so we should see some pretty good action.
Yep, and a lot of them too are looking well prepared. So great to see the spectacle of HQ racing really improving each year.
And also too, the transporters aren't too shabby either. If you go down in the pits and see some of the transporters, it's quite impressive.
Yep, I thought that yesterday, gee, it's really gone up when you got a couple of Chevy Silverados towing HQs.
Absolutely. Just ready for a start. Cars are in the starters orders now. Right down on the main straight here at the long circuit at Winton.
You think Andrew Magilton would be on the right side of the road, being the rubbered up side, even though Ryan Wood's got the line into turn 1. It's going to be a real good drag race.
It's going to be very, very interesting. We're racing here in the HQs, the 8 laps around here at Winton, as they head up in towards a big queue of cars heading in towards turn number 1.
Andrew Lawton really made a mess of the start. He's lost about half a dozen positions, but Andrew Magilton leading out of turn 2 from Ryan Woods. Ryan using a whole lot of the road and the ripple strip as well.
It looks like our first 2 front runners, they go across the second start-finish line into turn 3. It's still Woods from Magilton. And they've opened up a little bit of a gap now, John, between the 3rd and 4th as they make their way up towards the very tricky sweeper here at Winton.
Yeah, exactly right. I wouldn't be surprised if Rod Raji's decides to pull McLeod and Kenny Wright down the straight and close up on Woods and Magilton.
Going to have to wait. So they go through the twisty bits now, which is what we call the cleavage here at Winton, before they come onto that short back straight, onto another little back straight before it comes onto the front straight.
Half a lap in the books, and it's been pretty clean. They've been pretty respectful so far.
Ratchis is still sitting back there, car 33, sitting back there in 3rd position. So he's not letting the 2 front runners get away. So actually he's pulled a little bit on the back of Magilton as they head down towards that little another narrow back straight. Sharp right-hander that brings on that little short straight that takes them through that sweeper that'll bring them back onto the main straight. Car 82 at the moment we're looking at.
Tony Maloney's picked up 7 positions, it looks like, and 5 positions for Ray Jardine for the 2 coming from the rear of the field. Tracy Molden, another one that's been around HQs from the Thunderdome back in Melbourne. And she's just come out of retirement. She's been having brake issues all weekend.
Actually, the racer's not really getting away from the rest of the field, so they're staying pretty well bunched up. At the moment, still early stages in this 8-lapper as they're just coming onto this little front straight. It goes across the old start-finish line, heading down in towards what they call turn 3. And we've still got Magilton, Woods, McLeod, Ranges, Wright, Ross, Wise, Banks, Beckers down in 9 in car 89, and McDonald. That's the top 10. Early stages, and so we see a little bit of passing action.
Andrew Lorgelli on Graham Crawford. Yes, it is the 68 machine. We've got 2 blue cars, pretty identical. We've got Graham Crawford, and further up is Perry Beckers in a restored car that's done a lot of work on the 89 machine.
We see some good battles too in the midfield, like 2 abreast coming through the twisty bits here at Winton, and really still 2 abreast through and that's fairly wide HQs. Good effort from the boys and girls out there in the very tight part of the Winton circuit, running side by side.
Yeah, on the screen we've got Tony Maloney in the 99 machine trying to make some moves. Of course, he's the one that had no fuel in qualifying, did half a lap before bringing it in. But behind Tony, we've got Damon Woods in the 56 machine. A debutant to HQ Racing this weekend. Of course, earlier this year, he's been running the Victorian Formula Ford series. And last meeting, I believe he had a pole and a race win in that very tough, competitive field.
Still running side by side. Car 50s, that's Woods and Maloney. They're battling for 14th, 15th, 14th, 13th position. So it's a midfield battle. But I'll tell you what, it's still entertaining right back through the field.
Yeah, exactly right there. As we see, Gavin Ross with a 1:46.01, our fastest lap at the moment. The top 8 cars all in the 1:46, so it just shows how competitive and how close HQ Racing is.
Absolutely.
It's a 202 motor, which is sealed, the 3-speed gearbox, which is also sealed, and a controlled diff as well.
So even right there, that's the beauty of HQ Racing. It's so competitive. It's right back through the field that you get your sort of nose-to-tail battles. So it's not just the front runners running away with. There's plenty of midfield battles, as we can see here, side by side, still going through, hard at it. And so Ranges is battling too. Ranges is sitting back in 4th position, so he's charging hard. 13 is following in, that's right. So Ranges and Wright are having a great battle for the minor places.
Yeah, exactly right. Magilton and Woods, as you can see, they're about, 1.5 seconds in front of 3rd place, so they haven't pulled away like we first thought. And then you've got the 5-car group with McLeod, Raji's, Wright, Ross and Wise.
That's a great battle. That's probably the interest at the moment, that 5 for the minor places, back for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. So, yeah, battle's going right through the field. On screen now, car 13, as we can see. That's right, but Ross is in car 38, really putting the pressure on him. And 13 is going to put the pressure on Ranges in car 33. So, doesn't matter where you are, you've got a lot of pressure.
Yeah, exactly right. That's the best thing about one make category. The Formula Fords, Hyundai XLs, it's all identical cars, and it's up to the driver ability.
Absolutely. Still, it's the battle's on for car 82. We see them having a great battle for minor places. That's McLeod. Ranges is not too far behind him as they all charge down in towards turn 3. Car 82. Ranges as they go on the inside, still looking up the inside, and I think Ranges is going to make it stick.
Yeah, he's got McLeod coming out of turn 4. And here comes Wright, but he's on the outside of the sweeper. That's going to be very
interesting.
brave.
Ranges has got it now. Wright's going to be hung out to dry. It looks like Ross might try and slip up the inside of him.
Wright's held it around the outside of the sweeper. Puts him on the inside of McLeod for turn 6. Here comes Ross.
So 3 abreast at one stage. So really these boys and girls have really put on a great action for this 8-lapper here at Winton on the long circuit. Still battling, 2 abreast through the twisty bits here at Winton.
Ross has got McLeod, and here comes Wise in the 5 machine. He's starting to make moves now.
Absolutely, just slips up the side of McLeod in car 82, so really battling for hammer and tongs. Well, it's about a 6-way battle for 3rd place.
Exactly right. In half a lap, McLeod's gone from 3rd back to 7th, and it just shows you how good the racing is here at Winton.
Absolutely. Majulton and Woods probably think this is really good. It's taking the pressure off us. As the battle for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are still really hotting up. It could go either way, running nose to tail. As they just coming onto the front straight, the main straightaway at the long circuit here at Winton. And the first 2 boys has probably clipped away a little bit. So that's Majulton and Woods.
I was going to say Majulton actually gained a car length a couple of laps ago, but if you look, Woods, he's starting to pull it back now. So maybe he saved his tyres a little bit, and he's going to really throw a look on the last 2 laps.
I think you're pretty right there. Big gap back, but the battle for 3rd is on, looks like 33. That's Ranges. There's Money's to hold car 13. That's Wright out. But Wright comes up on the inside. Will take the corner side by side. This is great side-by-side action with the HQs here at Winton. It looks like Wright might have the ascendancy, but Ranges has got the inside running through the twisty bits. Looks like Range in car 33 is going to make it stick and is going to lead this battling duo through the tight parts here at Winton. But no, he's going to come back on the inside.
What a race for 3rd position. You'd think they're racing for 1st in the $1 Million Cup the way they're going at the moment. But Raji's isn't going to die. He's trying to stick the nose back up on the inside of the left-hander at the cleavage, put him on the outside.
This is the battle for 3rd and 4th, folks, here at Winton in HQs. Our first 2 cars, it's just skipped away a little bit. That's Majulton and Woods. But the battle for 3rd is certainly up between Ranges, Wright, Ross, Wise and McLeod. Look at them all, nose to tail. Doesn't get much closer to this, so putting on some good action here is the HQs. Still it's on this Wright in car 13. He's still holding the ascendancy over Ross, Wise and McLeod. And looks like Ranges is all 13. 33 is coming up now. That's Ranges on right. 13 is right. And Ranges is still putting a lot of pressure on, but they coming onto the main straight away. Our first 2 contenders are skipped away a little bit, John, and looking pretty comfortable out front. But the battle, here it comes again. This is the battle for 3rd, folks. Side by side once again. That's Wright, Ranges.
Raji's is holding on the outside of turn 1, puts him on the inside for 2, down the straight. Here comes Ross and Wise. They're going to make it 4 wide.
Doesn't get much better than this coming down the
into turn.
Oh my goodness me.
Wise is going to absolutely clean up here as Wright's gone off the road. He's been pushed from 3rd back to 8th, and he's lost a lot of ground. Ross now 3rd from Wise. Raji's, McLeod just going, what the hell is everyone doing?
Absolutely. 3 laps to go and still the action's happening, folks. First 2 front contenders are skipped away, but that battle for 3rd is really heating up.
We've got 3 laps remaining, or 2.5 for our leaders, Majulton and Woods now. So they come out of turn 9, that will be, down the short back straight to turn 10, the left-hander.
So you can see that cars 1, 2, 3, 4, about 7 of them all banked up there. That's the battle for 3rd here. Wright's holding ascendancy at the moment, but how long will that be? Ranges has got other ideas. But at the moment, car 38 is holding down in 3rd position, so we're doing a good job. And look at the gaggle behind him, really ready to pants. He's got to make a mistake, and they're going to be all over him like a cheap suit.
Wise got to look at going slow into turn 12 and getting the faster run out down the long straight.
Look at Ranges in car 33. He's putting a lot of pressure now on car 5. That's Wise. Here we come, 4 wide coming down the straightaway. Can we make it 5? No, I don't think so. There's still car 30 up. But look at Rangie coming in 33. So it's slipping up in the inside.
That was a replay from the last lap when they went 4 wide. So what a great job. No panel touching either by all 5 cars going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Into turn 3.
Good clean racing. Credit to the boys and girls.
Wise going very defensive into turn 3 this lap. He knows Raji's going to try and make a move. Ross low out of turn 3. Wise had a bit of a look but backed out of it. It's allowed Raji's
Rangie
to come up alongside.
Big look.
He's on the outside of the sweeper though, so let's see if he can do it right and hold it around the outside. He backs off. A bit of wisdom there with Rod Raji's multiple Victorian state champion in the 33 machine.
Wright's putting in a good job too in car wise, I should say, in car 5, holding station, probably 38. Ross is getting away a little bit.
Well, you mentioned Wright, he lost a lot of time when he went off. He was about 6 car lengths behind Steve Banks. He's now in front of Banks, and he's pressuring Andy McLeod for 6th position.
Yeah, it's a good effort too. So they're spaced a little bit now, so whether the pressure's off in it, we'll have to wait and see as they bank up a little bit coming through the twisty bits.
Banks the only odd one out in the top group, doing a 47 as opposed to everyone's 46. But due to the battles, it's really brought him up to the rest of the field as we have a look at Glenn McDonald, Mick Magilton, Andrew Lorgalli battle on screen, Tony Maloney and Ray Jardine at the back of that battle trying to continue their way forward.
They've got a big act to follow because Magilton and Woods out in front is cracking a bit of a mean pace. But the battle for third sort of might be an advantage to some of the back markers to sort of crack up a little bit.
So Mick Magilton's the father of Andy Magilton, our leader, which is great to see. We've got families still in HQ racing to the point that
someone's blowing a bit of smoke too.
Tony Maloney in the green car, 99.
I'm not quite sure what that's a guard rubbing on tyre or a bit of engine smoke. Hopefully it's not too terminal for Maloney.
Might be just breathing a little heavy on corners too, because I did notice it about a lap ago down to turn 3.
That's for the battle for the midfield we're seeing on screen now. That's 75. That's Mick Magilton. And that's a good midfield battle too, John. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 cars in that particular battle. We've got car 26. That's Longley putting a lot of pressure on Mick Magilton as well.
So the 99 going through turns 3 and 4, it was a lot more heavier with the smoke that time by. So with what, we're on our last lap, so he should be able to finish it. Well, we're racing tomorrow morning, so he'll have plenty of time to fix the car.
Absolutely. We've got our race leaders on screen at the moment. That's Magilton and Woods. Still probably a car length separating first and second. They've skipped away from the rest of the field, but looks like Woods might be... Oh, no, he pulls up a little bit on car 14. That's Magilton. So this is really going to go down to the wire. We'll see what Woods can do in car 25.
Out of the final corner. Magilton may have done enough down the straight. Just one more gear change.
Yep.
From second to third.
Checkered flag.
There's the checkered flag, and it's Magilton who takes it from Woods.
Here we go.
Ross might just hold Wise.
And the battle for third, I think, is gonna.
Ross.
See, looks like it'll be Ross, Wise, and McLeod. But boy, oh boy, as they still come across the line. And there's this battle coming. This is the minor places back in the field. Still 5 of them side, nose to tail. They go still coming across. So that was entertaining racing with the checkered flag as they all do their wind down lap now. I think they might be still racing the way
while they're doing their wind down lap as well. Just want to point out, this is the Dallas Crane Memorial meeting for HQ Racing.
Okay, yeah.
Of course, Dallas Crane raced at the Thunderdome, as where a few of these guys got their start. He was a committee member, a president for Victorian HQ Racing. He was helped out Dale Yude in a national sense in HQ Racing.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we lost him in 2010 due to cancer. So, of course, this is for Dallas Crane.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And there's our work on screen. We have Andrew Magilton, Ryan Woods, Gavin Ross, Johnny Wise, McLeod, Ranges, Kenny Wright, Steve Banks, Perry Beckers, and rounding out the top 10 was Glenn McDonald. Glenn was 30 seconds off the pace of our race leaders. So just so that the race leaders, Magilton and Woods, really sort of set a cracking pace. Not quite sure what. Fastest lap was actually Ross.
Gavin Ross with a 1:46.01, so he'll be really happy with that. Of course, he's one of our sponsors, GMG Auto Repairs. So thank you, Gavin Ross. We've got Tyre Power, Strive Electrical, B&B, Metal Blasters. There's a whole list of them, so thank you to all of our sponsors. and the Hobart Sporting Car Club for bringing this race.
Many thanks to all those sponsors, John, and hopefully we'll catch up with you tomorrow to call a bit more action for HQs, and hopefully they've all got their cars up and running, and we can have some four-way action. We don't really get that much, especially with our HQ, the way the width and that, four wide coming through different corners. So yeah, really good stuff, entertaining, and yeah, it was very entertaining.
We would also thank you to our officials. Also the canteen, we've got plenty of food available. So go get yourself some food and drink. We've got a new merchandise trailer here at Winton.
Okay, yep.
Just by the old commentary tower.
We do have.
There's also near the old red shed, we've got Winton Festival of Speed merchandise I've seen. And historic touring cars have got merchandise at their tent at the end of the garages.
All right, thank you, John. Don't forget we're on Blendline TV and also 87.6 Race Radio. We'll go to break. Back shortly with Group S Classic Sports Cars.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
I'm here with Ray. Ray's got a 65 Corvette, sorry. Can you tell me a little bit about your Corvette?
Yeah, it's a 65 Corvette. It's in Group SB. It's a 327 small block V8, and it's the first year that the vets came out with disc brakes, so that's why I've chose that car to run, and it's a fun car to drive.
And what do you think of VHRR's Festival of Speed?
It just keeps getting better and better every year. It's the guys that are organising it and the whole group of people that are involved in it do a great job, and the racing is absolutely fantastic as well. So,
how long have you had the Corvette?
About 13 years. So it's finally getting competitive now. So my mechanic and we've spent a lot of time working on it, and now we're starting to really enjoy it. So it's a good thing.
And Group S, what's that like to racing?
Well, Group S has massive fields every meeting, and I think this weekend there's 38 cars running, or 36 cars running in Group S. The grids are almost always full and sold out, so it's a good category.
Excellent. Look, thanks for your time. It's a beautiful car.
Righto, here we go. The Group S production sports cars are coming out on the track, and I welcome Tom Wallstrap to the microphone. Good afternoon, Tom.
Great to be here, and I'll only tell you once the pronunciation. It's Wallstab.
Sorry,
but that's
mate.
okay.
He spelled it wrong.
Last time I was here, I was Tony Wallstab, and I wasn't driving very well, so I was quite happy to be incognito.
Now, first question: how come an MG midget can be on the front row of the grid?
All right, that is the absolute beauty of Group S. That as production sports cars, we have a family of different cars that all have different strengths and weaknesses, characteristics. We have on the front row, you've got a big V8. Oh, sorry, on the second row, the big V8 of Ray Narkowitz. Got Dub Barber in his 911 on the front row. Simon Meyer and the little Sprite next to him, another 911 behind. We have these cars that got these different characteristics. And
yeah, but it is quick for a Sprite, isn't it?
Oh, look, the Meyer boys and his brother, unfortunately, is here this weekend. He's coming back from a bad knee, but look, they pedal those cars very good. They're both very good go-karters as juniors, so they're probably the closest thing you'll get to an adult-size go-kart is a little Sprite midget. But it'll be very interesting seeing turn one here because the 911s are very quick off the line.
Yep.
That engine sitting over the back wheels, they get great traction, and with any luck, I think we're going to see a little bit of action here at turn one or turn two with Simon just trying to get ahead of him. So it'll be a really interesting race, this one.
Good. Now, what is a production sports car?
Production sports cars are mildly modified production cars. So basically they're a production car with a bit of safety in it. So it's a cage, it's seats, it's belts. You're allowed to rebuild the motors. The internals are a little bit free, but you can't change the geometry of the suspension or change the capacity. So they're very much a great way to come into motor racing.
So the engine isn't highly modified?
Engine is not, you can't change the capacity. You're allowed to change cams, but you've got to keep the same induction that you had. So everything's very mildly modified. Which again stops it being a bit of an arms race. So it's quite affordable racing, and I know that's an oxymoron, but as far as some sort of affordability, Group S is the place.
All right, well, let's see. We're waiting for the start, and as you say, Porsche's being rear-engined, squat down and get off very, very quickly at the start. So what can Simon Meyer do about that?
Well, and Alex Webster, our former president, sitting back around the third row, is generally a very quick starter. So I'll be watching for a quick move from him as well.
Keep your eye on the white Porsche. And of course, as you say, there's a V8 Corvette in amongst that lot.
Yep. And he'll get to stretch his legs down the straight here, which will really, if he's on, right on the back on that first lap, is a good chance to even get the lead.
All right, revs have been. Plenty of revs. There we go. Oh, a good jump from Meyer. But let's see if he gets away with it, because he was certainly about a car's length as they took off. And
well, that's Mickey Perlat in the 911 who's come off he's actually come off the second row there and taken the lead, which is a great start by him.
It certainly is. Meyer relegated back to third position. The big Corvette right behind him. We've got an Alfa Romeo that's spun on turn one, but the whole field got through him. That shouldn't be a problem. He's got going again,
He's got going. That's
we
great.
can concentrate back on up the front. Through the dog's legs, or as some call it, the cleavage, onto which was the main straight, but isn't anymore.
Now this is where I'd expect to see Simon try and carry a lot of speed through this section.
Yes.
And be right up on top of the 911s as they come onto the straight. But he'll probably have the frustration of just being a bit down on horsepower here, and they'll just start to stretch away from him again.
Plenty of Alphas in amongst there, and of course we've got a race for Alphas only later on this afternoon tomorrow, and some of them have cross-entered into this race. There's another spin, and that's a Corvette.
That's Ray Narkowitz's Corvette. Oh, Joe Collegia, sorry, there's Joe looking into the sunlight there. So that's a big that's a big 427 in that. So it's the big block. Hopefully, he can get that going again.
So one down.
All right, he's got it going again, which is great. Now, one of the things, while it's exciting at the front of the field, the real battles usually in Group S are in the midfield, because we're I guess there's a mixture of different Group SA, SB and SC. You'll find there's little races within the race happening here, and the midfield here will be battling out for their own honours, which is always really exciting.
Yes, as I said before, all historic racing is really in age of the cars, and SA are the very early models, and we've only got one of them, a 54 TR2. Then SB go up to 1970, and SC up to 1980. So So yes, there are battles within each other, and
even within those categories, we've even got the subcategories of capacity. So there's a lot of different little battles happening in there, which are one of the nuances of the category there.
Well, Perlade, is that how you pronounce that?
Mickey Perlade.
Perlade.
Yeah.
He's leading only by 0.2 of a second as they went over the start-finish line.
I can see Dougie Barber right on his back too.
Meyer back in third, and he's a good second behind the Barber. So keep an eye on them, but there's two... like I say, there's little dices going on all around the track.
Now what we've got on track there is what I should be racing at the moment, which is Tim Linus in his beautifully prepared Porsche 928. So front engine V8, big 4.5 litre, and Tim's done about 13 Targa Tasmanias and a lot of racing experience. And we call him the unofficial mayor of the Barossa Valley. He comes from South Australia and loves a red wine and very generous sharing it as well.
I can see why you're calling that. Why have we only seen 928 Porsches recently? I mean, Group S has been around for 30 years or something. We have never seen a 928 until, what, 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, Tim and I are the only stupid enough ones to race them. It sounds like great ingredients there. You've got a Porsche front engine V8, 50-50 weight distribution, but they're not something that was commonly raced, and the 911 is such a car ready to race, it tends to occupy it.
Yeah.
Now I'm having a little look back through the field to see where the battles are at the moment.
Replay coming up of Collegia spinning out. He's just sitting there. We were waiting for the cars to get out of the way. You can't just drive back when you want to, obviously. So that's dropped him about 20 places. Back to the leaders.
Now here is a classic Group S battle where you've got a big V8 Corvette and a little Sprite nipping at his heels. So it'll be interesting to watch how quickly he catches him right round the back, and he'll be all over Joe by the time we get through these twisty bits.
Yes, he would be wishing that it was the short track.
He would indeed. He would indeed.
Rather than the long track. However, he's here, and like I say, he's cut that lead down a little.
We've got a little bit of a battle of the Porsches there, which is Andrew Whiteside in his beautiful gold 911 there, followed by Alex Webster in his 2.7. So you've got a 3-litre Carrera there versus a 2.7. So they're very evenly matched and looking so out on the track as well.
So there we are. Meyer has cut that lead down to about half. And he's right. He's cut the lead down to nothing nearly.
Yeah, and if I know Simon, he'll be diving up the inside here.
Trying to.
It's amazing how wide that Corvette can be.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So there he is looking for a tow, but the big literage of the V8 in the Corvette pulls away from him down the straight.
Now I'm looking there somewhat in the midfield as well. I can see the big Pantera of Ross Jackson there dicing with Perry Spirides. I think I've pronounced his name wrong. Spirides. There we go. Sorry. Oh, who's just managed to go round as I mozzed him.
That Tom is called the commentator's curse. We do it all the time here. Let it go. So
we've got Doug out in front, still leading.
Only by 0.6 of a second.
And it really, I'm surprised to see how, I guess how close Ray's getting through the twisty bits there. He really manages to get that Corvette of his turning a lot better than you'd expect a car of its weight and size.
Yeah. So there's our two cars, like I say, 0.6 of a second between them as they came across the line, finishing lap 5 with 5 laps to go. And Maya has made up a lot of but again, we hit the straight and away the Corvette goes.
I think that's going to be a bit of a recurring nightmare for Simon there. He's going to be right over them to this part of the track, and then they'll stretch their legs on him. You see the car up on, sitting basically on its back wheel there. It's a very stiff little car, that thing.
Yep, and he just hopes that Narkovic can make a mistake somewhere and he'll pounce.
Yeah, he'll be pushing him, trying to get him to perhaps overcook those tyres a bit. Maybe lean on the brakes a bit too heavily.
So there's 1, 2, 3. 6 laps down, 4 to go. No change in the lead. 0.6 of a second between first and second, and I'll just wait till the timing goes back to tell you, or you can read yourself, what the difference between second and third is. It's not much.
No, they're all running very closely. It has spread out a little bit the field, which the long track tends to do. I think a lot of people love the short track here for the fact that you don't get a chance to get away from anyone and keeps the racing. But I like both versions of Winton Racetrack, and I think the long one really opens it up for the bigger cars as well. So we can see there that Joe Collegia, who's now pointing in the right direction, is starting to come back up through the field. So he's...
we've got a David Bagent.
Yeah, David
in the MG midget.
MG
he's had an off, but he's back going again. Would have dropped him a few places. And there's an interesting dice. A Sprite, a Di Tommaso, and a Porsche.
Yep, so that looks to be... I think it was, that's Hung Do in his 240Z, and I think that's a bit of a wet bit of grass he's managed to put himself into there, and he may not be going anywhere. So hopefully it's in a fairly safe spot.
Just try and work out where he is. Oh yeah, right up the top there. Well,
so here you can see here Ross Jackson with the Pantera. So it's the big 351 Ford. In the back of that car against the flat 6 of Mickey Perlad.
And in comes Ewan Giles.
Ewan's actually new to Group S, so he might still just be trying to get some teething problems out with his car there. So we hope he can get that going again for the next race.
If my memory serves correctly, Ross used to win races, didn't he, in the Di Tommaso?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think Ross has gotten any slower. I just think everyone else is starting to get a bit faster. And again, we have a lot of different winners in Group S, which again one of the reasons it's such a popular category. With in our association we've got 150 members across Australia, so it's a well patroned racing group. Now, I didn't see what happened to Mickey Perlad earlier, who's now back there racing with Ross, but again, he might have run wide somewhere. We've missed it.
309 is that Alfa GTV 2000. And again, this great dice between the 5-litre Italian Di Tommaso and the Porsche, but then there's a Sprite or a midget.
Yes,
joined in.
Yep, that's one of the hots, and I'll have to work out which one of the hots. So we've actually got a family of hots racing this weekend. We've got the father Warren, the son Blake, and the wife Tammy.
Yay!
So it's a whole family affair with the hots, which is absolutely fantastic. Well, this is a great drag race here between the Pantera and the 911, and the brakes on the 911 just getting Mickey through there. Yep. Fantastic dice between those two.
Eight down, 2 to go. Jackson pulls back a little, closes the gap, but then so does the Sprite.
Yep, I think the Sprite's just going to
get Blake hot.
It's Blake, so that's the
a midget.
That's the son, and he's going to have a little dive down the inside here, and he's been successful.
he's even there, managed to get past Mickey Perlot, who might have missed a gear. I think he might have been a bit surprised by the Sprite coming through so quickly.
Great dice between Whiteside and Webster and Porsches.
Yeah, as I said, the 3-litre Carrera versus the 2.7, so very evenly matched cars.
A Lap A Alpha.
Both the Andrews there, Andrew Whiteside and Andrew Webster, have both been racing for a long time, and both very, very clean and very fair races. So they'll have a great door handle to door handle battle, and you won't see any touches there, which is I guess one of the things we pride ourselves here on Group S.
And there's a Datsun 2000, the only one in the race.
Yeah, that's on Andre Brett, and he's having a little battle there with John Geist in his Datsun 2000. So the two Datsuns have managed to find themselves on the track and are appropriately battling each other, which is great.
Couldn't care who won or whatever's going. They're having their own ball.
No, you're racing the person in front and the person behind, and you don't really care about anyone else.
No. And yes, they didn't make a lot of Datsun 2000s. They when the 240Z came, and they took off. The Datsun 2000 didn't. It was a good car.
A great car.
Yeah.
Great car. So we've got Mickey Perlad and Ross Jackson still battling it out, and I thought Mickey might have got away from Ross, but Ross is a bit hard to shake around here. He's probably done as many laps around Winton as anyone out there. And Ross and I normally have great battles, and we're always door handle to door handle with a. He's a very respectful driver, which I think a lot of the people here admire. So it's great to see him still up there in the top half of the field.
All right. Last lap.
So there's Ray, who's recovered from his, I think he had a bit of an earlier spin. But he's managed to have it staying in the right direction. There you go. Andrew's having Andre's having a bit of a battle here with John, who's managed to get back in front of him. So these two have been swapping positions all race, which has been fantastic. They're gonna race their way all the way to the line. It looks a bit like Andre's going to have another crack at him. So what a fantastic battle between these two.
There's the TR2.
And a beautifully presented car, that one. It's
painted up in the Le Mans colours. They were a team of TR2s with different coloured nose cones.
You probably see there's a couple of cars that are being lapped now as they come through. And, it's always the responsibility of the people lapping the slower cars to get round safely, and they're all doing a great job of that. So well done to everyone there.
And Orchard keeping out of the way.
So Doug's still leaving. He hasn't been headed yet since he managed to win back the lead. So he's driven a really consistent race, and I think he's tried to sort of manage that lead as best he can. So he's doing a really good job there.
And just lapping the only other triumph in the race, the GT6.
So it's a first up win to Doug, who was on pole position. And we've just managed to have Andrew Whiteside just do he might have been pushing a little hard on that last little battle he's having with Alex Webster.
Yeah.
And so Alex
came off second best.
Alex has nicked that spot off him. So Alex will be quite happy about that. It'll be a little bit of in garage Porsche rivalry there. There'll be a bit of elbowing in the side of the ribs.
Yes, all right. We got Barbara virtually 1 second ahead of Narkowitz, but then a long way back to Webster in fourth. There's
Simon Myers slips right behind them.
He was only 1.9 seconds, and then a big gap back to the rest of the field.
Yeah, so Alex and then Andrew Whiteside, who had that little spin, but he managed to get it back. Hugh Harrison in his orange Alfa there. That if you get a chance to look in the pits,
is one of the nicer presented Alfas you'll see. He's very meticulous in the way he presents his car, and it's always looks perfect. So he's had a battle there with Darren Harris in his Alfa, followed in then by both actually the father and son. So the father's managed to get ahead of the son here, so there's a bit of rivalry in the garage as well.
Yeah.
Mickey Perlett and then Ross Jackson.
And it's good to see that an SC car won, but SBs came second and third.
Yep.
So it just shows you. And there's the final results as we see them. Nearly a minute between first and 10th, which is probably a little unusual. But other than that, another great race from Production Sports Cars. Thank you, Tom. Will we see you tomorrow? You might not have fixed your car by then.
I'll be hoping, but I don't think it's going to be fixed. So
right.
Pleasure to be up here with you guys. Cheers.
Thanks.
Bye.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
If anyone's on cans, they can just stand by.
I'm here with Justin. Justin's got a Nissan Exa Pulsar in Group C and A. Can you tell us a little bit about your car, Justin?
So it was built in 83 to run 83 and 84. Obviously end of Group C 84. Run by Christine Gibson out of Nissan Motor Company. Bob Muir ran at the 83 Bathurst with Christine, and then 84 Bathurst was Christine and Glenn Seaton. Not very successful, but very fast, small car. Going for class wins. Under Nissan Motor Company.
And how long have you had this car?
I think I've had it about 10 years now. Haven't raced it that much. Obviously, one of one, not overly reliable, but very unique. That's what I like about the car and the category.
And Winton Festival of Speed, have you been here before?
We ran it, I think I've been here twice. So the first time, and enjoy it, love Winton. It's another racetrack, isn't it? It's technical and rewarding when you get it right. So love it.
meter van. James is currently at my point. I'm going to the bathroom, and Dorothy is going to Riley with the battery.
Good afternoon, folks. We're about to bring you the first race of the weekend for Group C and Group A touring cars. You're right here on Blendline TV, the Winton Festival of Speed. It's a very good afternoon to Phil Memory.
Thank you, Darren Knight. Really good to be here, and what a wonderful day to be commentating on motorsport if you're not able to participate in it. Or, well, maybe we should be here watching it.
Great to be here at the nation's action track using the long circuit. It's not really new anymore. I heard you guys talking about it being new before. I guess that shows how old we are. It's been around 20 odd years, hasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
So it's great to have the Group C and Group A guys here. Not often we get to see them here at the Winton Festival of Speed. And certainly the guys on the smaller cars have voted with their feet because we have a very big entry of smaller four-cylinder powered machinery. Plenty of escorts, a couple of BMWs, and speaking of BMWs, no surprise to anyone to see David Toe on pole position in that very quick number 44 JPS BMW, and he'll start alongside Bill Cutler. So an all BMW front row of the grid. Justin Nilsson will be next in the little Nissan Exa, the unique front-wheel drive machine. Further back, we've got Ian Ross, Steve Axisa, Tom Vondrasek, Bill McGoffin. So plenty of escorts too in the middle of the grid as well. So Tony Sawford will line up in grid 4 in the ex-Alan Grice Craven Mould A9X hatchback. Then the first of the escorts, Greg Keane, will start out at 5 in the number 14 escort ex-Bob Holden machine alongside another ex-Bob Holden machine, Justin Matthews in the white and red Mark II escort number 45. Nathan Gordon in the number 5 Alfa 105. That is a car that has come back to the Gordon family, originally owned by Nathan's father, Gil Gordon, a very famous Alfa dealer down there in Geelong. And now son Nathan is back behind the wheel, having his first race in the car. Previously campaigned by Bill McGoffin, who was out there as well in another former Gordon team machine, the car that replaced the 105 in fact. That's the little Alfetta GTV, number 42.
And of course these guys are going to be a rolling start, that right, Darren?
Yep, so a rolling start for Group A and Group C. Didn't see a lot of rolling starts back in the day here in Australia, but certainly rolling starts were a part of particularly Group A touring cars overseas. A lot easier on the drive lines of these cars. They're not getting any younger, so the rolling start certainly taking some strain off those components. Been doing them for several years now, so the guys will bunch right up and be away if they're lined up nicely. Good to see Justin Nilsson back out there in that little Nissan Exa front-wheel drive. Unfortunately, had a gearbox issue yesterday, but the guys have fixed that. A good performance there from Justin to get up there on the second row of the grid.
Absolutely.
Torque steer is not that bad. Everyone reckons that is the definition of torque steer, a turbocharged front-wheel drive machine, but Justin Nilsson reckons they've dialed a lot of that out.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that can be done to remove that from vehicles, so it's a bit of a testament to how good your engineering is in the workshop to sort those sort of issues out.
That Nissan, of course, campaigned by Mrs. Gibson, Freddie Gibson's missus. Back in the day, Christine Gibson. Now, looks like David Toe might have an issue. He's got his hand out the window. David's not he's got an issue. So our pole sitter, David Toe, looks like he's parking that number 44 M3. He's waving everyone else through as we're just about to get underway. So not sure what the issue there. He's still mobile.
He's still mobile, and maybe he's just got enough of an issue that means he's going back to the pits, but I guess we'll see what happens.
Being a rolling start, maybe didn't want to have an issue with that field right behind him and going at full speed, so hopefully they'll get that sorted out. So Bill Cutler will be on the front row, the virtual front row, I guess you could call it, with his rolling start all by himself, the number 46, the ex-Schnitzer machine. Getting ready for a start now. Race 1 for the Group A and Group C Heritage Touring Cars. Cutler will lead them down into turn 1. Good start from Nilsson in the Nissan. Try saying that quickly. Tony Salford into third in the A9X. That's Steve Axisa in the ex-Scotty Taylor VH Group C Commodore. Escort side by side as we thought. Matthews and Keane. Matthews has the inside run on Greg Keane. They're battling out in front of the Alpha of Gordon. Phil, you spotted David Toe taking the BMW into the pits.
He did take the car into the pits, so unless he's able to quickly rectify that and get out before they all come around again, which I would very much doubt, I suspect he's out for the race, which is a 10 lap.
He's back out on.
He's back out on track, so here he comes. So whatever it was, he believes it's now up and running. So he has certainly got the carrot a long way in front of him.
This is going to make it interesting with David Toe with the red mist, of course, right at the back of the field after qualifying fastest in this category. Guys at the front at the moment, not worried about that, with Bill Cutler leading from Justin Nielsen.
Bill Cutler's car issuing a bit of smoke at the end of the back straight there, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as things progress through the event. May not be anything too much to worry about, but usually smoke's not a good indicator. As they come up the start-finish straight, all pretty much in a line.
Ian Ross and the big ex-Mike Imrie XD Falcon out there after having a couple of electrical issues earlier in the weekend. That's Bill McGoffin on screen in the little Alfetta GTV. Just behind the big black XC Falcon of Tom Vondrasek. That's the next rusty French hardtop.
Now, I did see that car do a full 360 down at the start of the old start-finish straight yesterday, and then proceeded to disappear off the track just after the sweeper yesterday and all of the wet that was going on. So managed to keep it off the scenery.
Great battle here. Justin Matthews in the Escort goes up the inside of Tony Salford in the A9X. Greg Keane says, thank you very much. I will follow you through, Justin. So and the two Escorts getting back past, getting through on the A9X of Salford. Well, Phil, if there was a circuit that was going to suit an Escort, it'd definitely be the long track here at Winton. Matthews goes off.
And gets a bath. That's, I hope you remember to take the shampoo and the bath salts with him, because he's certainly out there in the boondocks.
Got up on that ripple strip, and the ripple strips are very slippery with the wet conditions here last night, and that's pitched him off into the grass. And Escort's very handy in the forest back in the Australian Rally Championship days of the 70s. Not the sort of action we wanted to see from Justin today, though.
No, definitely not. And I think he's parked that in that position until he gets dragged out by the recovery vehicles later on. Meanwhile,
Bill Cutler leads, and the battle for second is the one we see on screen now. It's Steve Axisa in the VH Group C Commodore in front of the Group A Nissan Exa of Justin Nielsen. Steve Axisa in that Commodore has been a long-time campaigner in Group C touring cars. Started out with a Gemini, then moved on to an L34, also an XU1 Group C, unique XU1 Group C, the ex-Neville Bridges car. Replay here of Justin Matthews going off in the number 45 Escort.
Up on the rebel strip, tank slapper, and locks it all up out into the boondocks. He's got no hope of recovery out there. It's, yeah, bring the bath salts.
It looked like he had the car straight, but then just hit that big puddle, and that pitched the Escort sideways. So disappointing there for Justin, but I'm sure he'll be back out there. Safety car has been dispatched. I'm presuming because of the stricken Escort, although it is a little bit off the racetrack there, but we can't quite see all of the track.
Yeah, I guess if anybody else comes off up there, it's they've got nowhere to go. They're not going to be able to stop.
Yep, exactly.
So,
good point, Phil. If Just can fall off there, anyone can fall off there, and the last thing we want to see is another car going into the stationary Escort of Matthews.
Hands out the window and thumbs up, so that's a good sign. The city of Bathurst plastered across the front of the car with a little bit of mud on it.
Next, Bob Holden machine. Bob, of course, campaigned up until quite recently, in fact, in this very car. There's 3 or 4 of Bob Holden machines still running around. Escorts, and also, of course, the Corolla hatchback of David Patterson up there in Queensland.
So the cars will gather themselves up behind the safety car.
We saw that incident in the Group N race.
I'm just watching the recovery over on the back screen, back straight out through the window, and they've got an extremely long tow rope on that vehicle because they don't want to take the recovery vehicle into where the well,
we're getting
what would
advice.
You call it? The beached whale?
Yeah, we're getting advice on the headset. Let the tyres down. That's an old four-wheel drive trick, isn't it, in the soft terrain?
Yeah. Yeah, when you get out in the sand and the slop, let them down. They're very cautiously backing in with the recovery vehicle because they don't want to get that bogged as well.
I'll stick it in low range. Well, one thing this will do is allow David Toe, our pole sitter, to get right on the tail end of the field. They'll be nicely bunched up for David.
Yeah, so he's
some way back,
and he's currently got the fastest lap time of anybody out there. So the 1:34. He's certainly by far the fastest car out on track when he's able to keep the car going around.
Not that David would wish any harm to his fellow competitors, but I'll bet he was pretty happy when he saw that safety car flag come out. Yup, yup, there.
And the Escort being dragged out of the bath.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see Justin back underway because there's no damage to the car, obviously, just covered in mud.
Yep.
That'll need a good hose out when he gets back to the pits.
A little bit of embarrassment for the driver, having been caught up by the curbs.
Hopefully his fellow competitors will give him a bit of stick as they want to do.
He's probably already written a note to himself and plastered it on the steering wheel. Do not touch the curbs.
I am not Colin Bond or Greg Carr. Of course, those superstars of the Escort rally scene back in the 70s. And we should be back underway very shortly with the Escort now removed. It's forming up behind the Hyundai safety car. And then that unique shade of Hyundai N line purple, is it? It's almost a lavender, but it's tougher than lavender. I don't know what you call that. That safety, that Hyundai colour. I'm sure there's an actual name for that hue.
Now the Escort is, I believe, still on track, but he a long way behind because he had to sort of not short track it. He's had to come around the right way, or has he? He may have returned to the pits, perhaps.
Would have been anyway waterlogged underneath anyway.
Safety car is coming in this lap, so we hear over our headsets, so we'll be back racing with these cars very shortly. Cutler is going to have the job in front of him now because they're all over his back, Darren.
Yes, and
right up.
he's not going to be hanging around knowing that David Toe will be coming through from towards the rear. He's already got past Bill McGoffin just before the safety car came out, so he will be the pointy end very, very shortly.
Yeah, he'll certainly be very keen to make some moves once the safety car is well and truly out of the road. I thought the safety car was coming in, and I would have thought that the safety car would have been moving a lot faster than it is.
Lights are out, so we will be
Lights
racing.
are out, so
Steve Axisa in the Commodore. What has he got for Cutler in the BMW? The BMW is a lot nimbler through the corners, and Bill Cutler will be making the most of that as we get underway again. 6 laps to go for Group C and Group A Heritage Touring Cars. Bill Cutler leads them away. Axisa second. Justin Nilsson in the Nissan is third. He's had a good restart there in front of Sawford, who locks a break in the A9X. Now has Greg Keem for company in the Escort, and Keem rounds up Sawford. Sawford coming under attack now from Nathan Gordon in the Alfa.
Toe has already taken 2 places from the restart, so he's worked his way well forward already.
Just got past Neville Butler in the little yellow Escort. X-Ray Cucci machine.
What's he going to do? He's going to try maybe for around the outside on the sweeper.
He's rounding up the XD Falcon of Ian Ross. Ian Ross gives him room, not quite, gives him racing room, so very tight up there. There's not a lot of room when there's an XD Falcon on the track either in that part of the circuit.
They are a fairly large vehicle out there, but Toe makes it easy down into that very tight right-hander onto the back straight. And again, takes another one coming out of there. Toe moving his way well forward.
So first it was Ross, then it was Gordon. They all knew that Toe was coming through, and they let him
Ooh,
through.
A lot of smoke there from something.
It was Toe
I
trying
think it was
very
Toe.
hard. Yep, nipped the brake. Well, we know he's trying.
Drops down the inside of the Tirana without so much as a blink of an eye. Comes round onto the start-finish straight. Powers the little beamer and heads on up the straight. And Toe is now in...
Meanwhile, while we've been watching David Toe, Steve Axisa has come through into the lead over Bill Cutler as David Toe gets up to 5, which is soon to be 4.
Yep. And he's now 4. Yep. Gets past the Escort.
So Greg Keem back to 5th behind David Toe. So Axisa having a strong run at the front there. With 4 laps remaining, David Toe has his sights set now on Justin Nielsen in 3rd place.
It's been an amazing drive in a 10-lap race to have come from, well, worse than a pit lane start to already in position 4. What is he? Position 5.
Bill Cutler not giving up though. He's still on the tail of our race leader, Steve Axisa.
What can you do as he comes through? Axisa, a little bit of smoke coming from the back of the Tirana, Commodore there as he comes onto the back straight. And lots more of it as he gets to the end of that that back straight. Hooks it to the right. I don't think it's anything too serious.
Cutler all over the rear of the big VH Group C Commodore. Big flares that got bigger as Group C went on and on. So that's the VH in its final guise before the big bang of VK took over. So the flares are at their widest, the rear wheels are at their widest in that spec VH. As Toe has got past Justin Nielsen and now moves up into 3rd place.
Yes, and he's just done the fastest lap so far, a 1:32.79, so he's certainly honing in on the lead.
Caesar has just escaped briefly for a moment the clutches of Bill Cutler.
And I was almost distracted there by one of the cars on the skid pan in the background of what we can see on screen doing a bit of a flick turn. But Toe now in 4th position, or working hard to pick up the back of Cutler, Nilsson.
3 laps to go for the Heritage Touring Cars Group A and Group C, the real deal. The car driven by our race leader Steve Axisa was raced by Scotty Taylor and Kevin Kennedy. Actually ran as a 6-cylinder at Bathurst in 1980, the only Commodore to do that. A problem with their race engine, so they transplanted the 6 out of their XU1 Sport sedan.
As you could.
Actually had to go back to a single Stromberg, I'm told. So ran with dual carbs as a sport sedan, had to run as a single Stromberg. So that doesn't exactly scream performance.
No.
Two with a Strommy on it. But they wanted to finish the race, get in the race, and did so.
Yep.
Really getting close now. Toe on the tail of our second place man, Bill Cutler, who in turn is not too far away from our race leader, Steve Axisa and the Commodore.
So with 2 laps remaining, well, less than 2 now as they head around the sweeper. Toe is not looking for a tow. He wants to get past the car in front. Headlights on the beamer.
But Cutler goes through. Axisa has a problem, so the Commodore's gone from 1st to 3rd. Perhaps a missed change or something. He really slowed down immediately there.
Really did. That was
back on song now.
So this has got Toe now into 2nd spot, and he's looking to change that to 1st. A little bit of smoke again from Toe as they come through that left-hander onto that other back straight, the extension. Thunder's down there. Axisa seems to have, Cutler has a bit of more power in the straight line, it would seem. Axisa seems to be going again okay, so maybe he just missed a gear pretty badly down the back there or something.
Well, if you're going to miss one, you're going to miss it at the cleavage, aren't you? There's quite tight up there, a really tight radius turn. And that, we're just guessing, of course, but it certainly looked like that. But he's back on song now and very strong in 3rd place behind that black BMW of David Cho, who is trying to make a move on Bill Cutler. So, battle of the Bimmers at the front. His first race for the Heritage Touring Cars.
Toe looking for around the outside and working it beautifully. Pulls it off. Is he going to be able to stay there down into tank? Yes, he is. That was a brilliant move around the outside of the sweeper to take the lead of this race, having started from out of pit lane well after the start of the race. So that's an amazing result if he can stay there.
He's a pretty determined man, David Toe.
Very determined, I'd suggest.
Had a few heart issues a few years ago and had a fairly major operation to get back to full health, and the doctors basically had to strap him down to stop him from getting back behind the wheel of a race car or a motorbike. So that's how determined David Toe is.
So he's still the man with the fastest lap of 1:32.79. So very quick indeed as he comes down to take the checkered flag for a great win there.
Bill Cutler right behind him, so a BMW 1-2. Steve Axisa will be 3rd in the Commodore. Justin Nilsson will be 4th in the Nissan.
Really good to see the crowd here. Standing ovation for Toe as he goes past our commentary position. So we'll just follow the rest of these guys home.
Tony Salford crosses the line next. Alan Grice, A9X Hatch. Nathan Gordon completes his first race in the family's Alfa.
Beautiful little car.
Slightly different handling characteristics to Nathan's HQ Monaro that he runs in Group N Historic Touring Cars. The Alfa actually stops and goes around a corner. Nev Butler takes the flag in front of Tom Vondrasek and the big XC hardtop. Well, just beat
that was a good drive for the finish line there, with the between the Escort and the Big Bird Ford Falcon. I think the Escort managed to hold it out.
So David Toe wins from Bill Cutler, Steve Vaxisa, Justin Nielsen, Greg Keane, Tony Salford, Nathan Gordon, Neville Butler, Tom Vondrasek and Bill McGoffin rounded out the top 10. Thank you very much to Travel Right International. You can find them at sales@travelright.com.au.
So, great result there, Darren.
Yeah, unfortunately, we lost Ian Ross right near the end of the race there too in the big XD, so hopefully it's not another fuse issue with the Falcon. And of course, Justin Matthews, we should see him back out there, I would think, for tomorrow's race after that mud bath the little Escort went through. Coming up very shortly, we'll have pre-1970 racing and Formula Vee. You're at the 2023 Winton Festival of Speed.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
All right, we're up to the JKLMO and Formula Vee 8-lapper race. How about that for a mouthful, Phil?
It's really good, Bob. It's yeah. Can you tell us that again?
No. Hey, this is better on the screen. Pre-70 racing in historic Formula Vee. That's the way. We've got, as I have said before, historic racing is all broken up into the age of the car. So the J&K cars are pre-war, and there's the grid, which is a mixture of old and new. And Laurie Bennett is sitting on pole. Car number 2, which is an Alpha 600B, an 1800cc engine.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what that ran in its day. I think, I might be wrong, it might even be the one that Gary Cooper built for the land speed record when Bluebird was out here. But however,
I'm just making note there, Bob, that in position 6, Harold Roberts in a Formula Vee.
Exactly, yes. Incredible.
Harold started Formula Vee racing when Formula Vee racing started.
And Formula Vee, for those who don't know, has a stock standard 1200cc Beetle engine that is supposed to be 40 horsepower, but everyone reckons they've never seen 40. If you're lucky, you get 38.
Yep.
And there he is, putting it in 6th on the grid. It's fantastic.
Absolutely. He's only a lovely chap to have a chat to. He's got chassis number 1 of the Alfa Formula Vees. Bought it brand new and still races it. I'm not too sure whether it's his Alfa that he's racing this weekend or one of his other Formula Vees. But yeah, top fellow, and good to see him out there still racing around.
And we saw, sorry to butt in, but it just went, one of our few women competitors, Abby Wingate, in the Alpha Heritage Centre Alpha Formula Junior.
Yeah, really good to see Abby out there. I had a bit of a chat with her down at the Grand Prix earlier in the year. Lovely young lady, and
I hope,
really good
hope she was under supervision while you were talking to her.
She was. And yeah, she's a really keen competitor. Josh Lowering back there in position 16.
He is.
And
we had him up talking on Formula
we did,
Fords.
and Connor Ryan in position 13. So
Josh is in a Formula V. Connor is in a, well, I know it's an MG. I can't find it in the program.
Yeah, I don't really think he's in an MG and an open wheeler race.
Well, it
I
could
would
be
think
an
he'd
open
be in a
wheel,
Formula V.
I think it's a. We'll find out.
If I see an MG out there, I'll be very surprised. Okay, so position back in position 21. Peter. Oh, that's a mouthful. I'll say Peter. Mahakshi. Michael Olsen in position 22. Dean McLaughlin in 23, and Ashley Cutter in 24, and Don Grieveson rounds out the grid in position 25.
All right, an eclectic mix of. Right, we've just found out, and it'll be a staggered start, and it will be the Formula V's. The Formula V's will grid up behind the rest of the field, and they will get, the rest of the field will get a 12-second start on the V's. Now, this is done for the main reason that, as I said, Formula V's run a stock standard Beetle engine, so their acceleration is not real good. So to put them where they should be on the grid, because their acceleration isn't good, but their handling and braking is fantastic, so they do good lap times.
Do they use brakes?
Sometimes. Well, I raced one for a couple of years, and I was at Sandown, and they came up to me after practice and said, "Are you braking at the end of the straight?" And I said, "Yeah." They said, "You don't." So they're fantastic. If you put them in the grid where they should be, then there's a problem with the acceleration. And that's why we have staggered starts for Formula V's.
Just waiting for the guys to come out on track. I haven't seen anybody down there. Everybody looks as if they're ready and waiting.
And just seeing, we're talking about Formula V's. Formula V's, funnily enough, were invented by the Yanks, not the Germans. And they are based on the Beetle, and everything on them, apart obviously from the chassis and the bodywork, is stock standard. The front suspension, the rear suspension, the gearbox, the engine, all bog standard.
Brakes, yep.
Brakes, everything. Wheels,
whole match.
Not allowed to change anything. And because of that, the racing's incredible.
Absolutely.
And the two cars on the front row of the grid, Laurie Bennett and his Alfa 600. I can't remember how many racing cars Laurie Bennett's got.
No, I can't. I've no idea how many races he's competed in over the years. But boy, it was probably back in the 70s I first ran into Laurie running at hill climbs in one of his other cars. And it happens to be an Alfa. We just flicked over on screen to watch some of the motorkhanas while we're waiting for everybody else to get sorted out, as the little Mini does a reverse flick turn.
Of course, they are built for motorkhanas, Minis. Front-wheel drive, you can do a handbrake turn very easily in a Mini.
Yep.
Just pull the handbrake on and turn the steering wheel. That's all you do.
I was talking earlier with, we were just chatting via text with Marissa Gambini, who's competing over there this weekend. She's one of my connections on LinkedIn. As we come back to the circuit main, and we've got everybody touring out onto track now.
So one of the very good surprises we have, that sitting on the second row in the third position is car number 27, which is Antonio Calisso in the Elfin Clubman. And while we said we're pleased to see a Formula V up in 6th, it's even better to see a Clubman up in 3rd, ahead of some very big-engined cars of that era behind him. And he hasn't been racing that for all that long either. So he's done very well to get up there. So the Laurie Bennett and Andrew McGuinness will run away and hide, unfortunately. They have got two very fast cars. The more modern cars, there's two Formula V's that are more modern, but they're the most modern cars, and they've got the 1600 and 1800 twin cam motors, so they'll run away and hide. That there's no doubt. In fact, I would have thought that McGuinness would have been quicker than Bennett, but Bennett has pole position. And McGuinness is in a Brabham BT29. McGuinness, of course, is very experienced. We saw him earlier in the race in his Formula Ford. So he's one of these drivers that's very lucky to be able to run two racing cars at the one event. And he's been racing Formula Fords for some years. He's also gone out into the big world and raced, I think, Lamborghinis and things in GT. So a lot of experience in that car. There's the Meatloaf Special. What a gorgeous... That's an MG, Phil.
It is.
So you're surprised?
I am surprised, yep. Pleasantly.
And that's not the one I was talking about.
Well, there you go. You're surprised too.
That's Ian Edgar, and he hasn't had that for a while. It's the MG TC Special. It's known in circles as the Meat Safe Special. And if you have a look at the holes in the bonnet, you can understand why. It's just like a meat safe.
The old Coolgardie safe.
Exactly. And there's the V's. Look at them. I think there's 12 or 13 of them.
Now, one of the V's out there is owned by Noel Bull, and I think that might be it in bringing up the last position on the grid.
All right, the first lot will start first. So there's two starts apart from the position on the track. As we said, it'll be 12 seconds apart. So Bennett sitting in pole position with McGuinness beside him. And Bennett gets a jump and looks like he is pulling away. The rest of the field, the TC Special is up there.
Yeah, Bennett's certainly made the clearing into turn one, but the big machine, the old flat-top Ford V8, powering on. He'll be trying to make his way forward. So we've got the first group of cars underway.
There's a lovely car number 126, which is Peter Fagan in the Cooper Mark V 1100. You could bet, we know it's a motorcycle engine 1100.
Yeah.
Don't know which one, but it doesn't matter. It's 1100cc. There's the start of the V's. And Cuttle has hit the lead from car number 30. And Chris Jackson in
around the outside.
Formula V. So there they go. Those two have actually cleared out. Oh, and there's a passing move from the Jackson car.
Yeah,
right
around the outside onto the sweeper there.
Yes.
So
that's the long way round, but he's done it.
He has managed to do it without slipping off out into that speedy green stuff.
So he's off and running, Christopher Jackson. in an Avanti Formula Vee.
And Josh Lowering trying to make him a move back at him around the outside, but that's not going to come off. Car 4, they're sweeping from high down low into that long right-hander onto the back straight.
That's Brendan Sala, a very famous name in
Absolutely.
Australian motorsport.
Yeah, the Sala name synonymous with lots of racing in Australia over a lot of years.
Yep.
And it looks like that name is going to continue in motor racing in Australia for a long time to come yet, because he's a very keen competitor.
So Mahaksky and Cuttle are having a great dice there. So Bennett has gone over for lap 1 with 1.1 seconds a lap quicker than McGuinness.
And a standing lap.
Yes.
Of 1:33. That's a
that's quick.
Very quick lap. You'll see some of the other categories getting around here. Their flying laps won't be as quick as that. So.
And you can see the Elfin Clubman is 12 seconds behind, but we expected that. He's cut it down to 11.
Yep.
And he's 3 seconds ahead of the big V8 pre-war special. So back with the leader of the V's, and it's still going on. There they are.
They are.
Jackson and
Lowering.
Yes.
As they make their way onto the back straight. Trying to find more power out of that horizontally opposed 4-cylinder that sits just behind the driver.
With its puny little carburettor sitting on top of the 4 cylinders.
But they have got extractors.
Oh, yes, they can use them.
They're trying to extract every little bit of push out of those cars that they can.
So Lowering, hello, car 71's got a 5-second starting infringement. 71 is Harold Roberts. Oh, Harold, what have you done?
What have you done, Harold?
Start. So he, where is he?
I haven't seen him on screen yet.
No, I can't see either. So the V's have started to lap the slower of the cars that started before them. Good shot there of
57 and 18 as they make their way through the bottom.
Barry Bates in a Thompson Special. I've ran against that car for years. And there's a mishap with a V.
The right-hand rear wheel is looking a little bit at a funny angle.
That's Ross McLaughlin.
Not sure that he understands that he's got a bit of a problem with that right-hand rear wheel. Looks to be hanging at a bit of a funny angle.
Abby Wingate in the Alfa Formula Junior just got passed by the 2 leading Formula V's. So after 4 laps they've caught her, amongst others, not just her. There they are, they're the 2 leading Formula V's. Christopher Jackson and Joshua Lowing, who we had commentating on the Formula Fords earlier today. But here comes...
Hand up in acknowledgement
with all
for the
that
faster
we've been
cars.
watching the Formula V's, McGuinness has taken over the lead from Bennett and has already lapped the fastest of the V's.
And McGuinness on a 1:27.81, so that's certainly cranking the lap times down.
Well, it's 1.3 seconds quicker than Bennett.
Lowing trying to get the slipstream. Made a bit of a blind for the jump out of the slipstream, but that wasn't going to happen. What's he going to do up here is he's just trying to worry a man in front into making a mistake.
So there's the that'd be becoming 4th. Rapley being passed by
Faulkner. That'll be
Faulkner,
Noel
yes.
Faulkner.
Yep.
Neil Faulkner, is it?
Yeah, in an Elfin mono. That's one of the very sleek early Elfins, and monocoque.
Yeah, Faulkner, beautiful little car as he powers on up the straight, start-finish straight. Looks for the outside entry into that left-hander at turn 1.
That's a beautiful example of an Australian pre-war special, built, by the owner, using mostly American bits on that V8, probably suspension bits and everything. And he's throwing it around with some gusto. And those were the days, Phil, where you could see the driver working.
Yeah, you can see the arms flailing about, twiddling on the wheels.
And with those cars, there was a bit of flailing about.
Not necessarily all on the steering wheel either.
Oh, stop it. So there's typical of a group of these, but again going past.
Car 23 being passed there.
That's
Abby
Wingate.
Wingate.
Yeah, getting
in
back
car 23.
Getting back
So,
a bit. Passing got.
And there's Harold Roberts in the Formula V just behind Abby.
However, as we said, he's got a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, he's unusual for young Harold.
Yeah, no, never heard of that before. I think Brendan
In his
Sale.
hometown, nobody knows him as Harold. Everybody knows him as Bill.
Yep.
So if you go to his hometown and you ask for Harold Roberts, nobody knows who you're talking about. And there he is on screen at the moment. And he's actually looking for a way around and goes past Abby Wingate. So there you go, the Formula V getting past the Formula Junior. And Abby is a pretty fair little steerer, so just to show you that Formula Vs are not slow cars.
No, not once you wind them up.
Car 12.
Peter Mahaski.
Who's also past Abby. He's on screen at the moment.
And our Elfin Clubman is still leading in third. He's a long, long way back from the two Formula cars of McGuinness and Bennett. But he's in third position and he's a good 16 seconds ahead of Norman Faulkner in the car. So
there we are back again with Harold Roberts, the man with the 5-second penalty.
Yep.
So as I say, most unusual for him to pick up a penalty. And a very hard man to beat on track.
Yes. 7 down with 8 lap race, 7 have gone. McGuinness has cleared out to a 1.5 second lead. There he is, our leader. Very, very pretty Brabham. He hasn't had this Brabham all that long, maybe about a year.
Okay. And who wouldn't want to own a Brabham?
Particularly one that quick.
Yeah. And when you say quick, it's lap time of 1:27.8. Very, very handy little motor car indeed.
Laurie's actually done a 28.1, so he's only 0.3 slower, but he's
slower.
Yeah, slower, and he's 1.5 seconds behind over the 7 laps. So, however,
just coming down into.
Would that be another MG pass there, Bill? Like that could be Conor Ryan and his MG. Are you surprised again?
Oh, absolutely surprised. But look at this, we've got a bit of a road mobile chicane there as
thread his way through.
Guinness works his way past Abby Wingate in the Formula Junior. Does it with ease. Up to the left-hander onto the newer section of the track here at Winton Festival of Speed. And he's just out in front having a really cool drive, isn't he?
Yep.
Comes around onto the start-finish straight and powers up and across the finish line. Checkered flag. Laurie Bennett in second place will come through, and there he is. Yes, done.
Yep. 2.8 seconds behind. We've got a long wait for Antonio, but he's still in third position, which is pretty good for a clubman in this field.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with clubmans.
Sorry?
Nothing wrong with clubmans.
Oh, no, right.
You and I are old clubman men.
I raced one for 10 years.
You're an older clubman man than I am, though.
So we're still waiting for him to come. Regularity's past that MG.
Yeah, the MG that I'm surprised at.
There he is in the middle of that is our Antonio.
I've got to say a big thank you to our man up here who's cleaning the screens. He's doing a wonderful job. It's amazing how when you get a little bit of sunshine on the screen, how much dust shows up. Our man with the cloth has done a great job. So I'm just wondering how badly affected Harold Roberts is going to be by that 5-second penalty off the start, as he makes his way up the back straight, being passed by car 27. But then Harold just, well, if you're going to use the brakes, I'm not. And goes straight back underneath, around and onto the start-finish straight. So there'll be a bit of a drag here for the finish line. Quite a gaggle of cars come through. Harold makes a dive for the inside.
And Antonio goes across. There's the final results, and he ended up 1 minute 46 behind Laurie Bennett, but those three lapped the entire field.
Absolutely. So you've got Andrew McGuinness, Laurie Bennett, Antonio Cafuso, Norman Faulkner, Graham Raper, and we didn't mention much of Graham out there in the old car, beautiful old car. Peter Fagan, Christopher Jackson, Eddie Woods, Barry Bates, and Joshua Lowering. William Sala, Jonathan Scott, Ross McLaughlin, Alan Mead, Ashley Cattle, Brendan Sala, Harold Roberts back in 17th, the man we spoke so much about, Ian Edgar, Peter Mahashki, Abby Wingate in position 20. And so that is the results for that race. The guys all slowing down, and they will return to the pits. So we'll just take a short break, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Here with Steve Blacksland. He's got a Dick Johnson tribute car. Can you tell us a bit about your car and how you built it and where it come from?
Yeah, I started about 10 years ago. Just was going to be a road car, and then started to build a track car. Had it running for 4 years, and been fixing it ever since. Yeah.
And you chose the Greens Tough livery. It's a pretty iconic car. Has Dick or Kev Bartlett seen it?
Yes, both those guys have seen it, and they've actually signed the roof here and on the other side. And Kevin Bartlett's been in the car at Leyburn Sprint, yeah.
What'd they think of it?
Yeah, no, pretty good. They don't say too much, but yeah, I think they thought it was pretty good, yeah. It's, there's not many of these as race cars, that's the thing. There's plenty of road cars, but not many race car Green Toughs, yeah.
And what's the driveline in this?
It's still a Cleveland engine, Jericho NASCAR box, 9-inch diff, Brembo brakes, yeah, so it's a little bit better than in the day, but it's what you build these days, so yeah.
And you're part of the tribute category. What do you think of the class or the category here at Winton?
Oh yeah, it's good because most of us guys don't want to bash our cars up. We can't afford to bash them up, and everyone goes out there. A lot of respect, but we can all go and give them a fang and have a bit of play with each other. Yeah, it's good.
And your first time at Winton?
Yeah, it is, yeah. I've been trying to come for 3 years, but COVID and different things. But yeah, first time, it's good.
I saw you out there this morning. How'd you go? What'd you think?
Oh, yeah, no, pretty good, yeah. And I got down to some good times. So, yeah, it's a bit of a tricky track, but yeah, it's a good track, yeah.
No worries. Well, look, thanks very much, and I hope you have a great weekend.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
Okay, welcome back, and the 2023 Winton Festival of Speed. We've got the Sunday broadcast schedule. If you're up bright and early, 8:30 for the Regularity Invited Cars. That's their second run, and it's over 15 minutes. Then we go through to a 8:45 for the pre-1970 racing and Formula Vee race, similar to the race we just saw a moment ago. And then the very exciting Group N touring cars at 9:05. Historic Formula Ford Race 2 at 9:20. And the HQ Holdens put on a fantastic race for us a little bit earlier. Their second race at 9:45. And then we go down to the tribute cars. Brett will be helping along with the tribute touring cars of Sprint number 2. As some of our cars are now coming out onto the track. So we'll hand over to Brett, who knows all about these tribute cars. Welcome, Brett.
Thanks, Ron. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, we've got the tribute cars, the Group C and A tribute cars out here at the moment. So we've got those fellas out once again. Category we started last year, which is great.
Yes, we've got a good collection and probably some more sort of authentic cars here this time than we had previously the last year.
Yeah, look, the guys have really lifted the game, and the cars have presented well. We've also got, for example, Starion went past a moment ago. That's a Group B car from back in the early 80s, and you know, he's a fellow that just thought, oh well, I'll bring it out of the shed and give it a run. Yeah,
Group B racing years ago was quite exciting. We had fairly stock standard looking sort of motor cars, but a little modified here and there, I believe. But I remember Kevin Bartlett driving a Starion. Tony Greig, the cricketer, he was in one of those. In fact, in those days, with the commentary box where it is today, we were looking right onto the pits here, and that was pretty exciting. As I think we had a couple of driver changes and all sorts of things in a couple of long distance races.
Well, that's Darien actually won here with Kev Bartlett, and the owner Carl Gibbs won here.
Right, yes.
So the Winton 300.
Yeah, no, they were quite good days, and as I said, you could actually appreciate the cars because you could go down to the local Mitsubishi dealer and buy one,
yeah,
pretty
exactly.
much, you know.
So,
yeah.
But the guys will start under a safety car, and then after turn 4, they'll they'll be at it. We've got the IROC Porsche again from last year, Cam Smith, and that's a fantastic looking car.
Most certainly. This is the blue one coming around now. Yeah. Yes, a lovely looking motor car. And I mean, I sort of associate the tribute cars more with the Holden Fords, maybe a Valiant or two thrown in, but not a Porsche. But it's good to see them there.
Oh well, look, he's a fella that wants to have a run, and you know we're all about trying to get guys out here. So and you know he doesn't want to run in Group S, so. He's just here to have some fun, which is what we're about. So we've got escorts. I'm
not sure that a couple of them don't realise they're still on a forming up lap. The yellow XC hardtop, went racing past the FJ as though they're actually racing. I don't think he's got the message yet, but never mind. Someone else will work out what he's got to do.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're just trying to catch up actually to make it a formation. So
yeah.
We'll see how we go. But we've got fellas here this weekend from Tasmania. We've got a guy. We've got another couple of guys from New South Wales. There's quite a few Victorians. So the class is slowly growing, which is good. As you said, the presentation of the cars are really up there.
Brett, just explain to the other people a sprint race. It's not a race as such, but it's a time. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, look, it is a timed event. Essentially, these cars were in regularity and they were a bit fast and a bit big for regularity. So the committee got together and we thought, well, how do we, keep these fellas still here and coming? And we knew there was more cars being built. So we've decided to put them in a sprint category, which is not, essentially, it's not a race, but, they can go pretty much as fast as they can, but they've got to keep to their best times, and
passing and things are okay.
Everything's just like normal, but these fellas are just running in a sprint. So, and what we do is there's no overtaking to turn 4 on the opening lap, which is this one, and then once after that, the guys are free to, have a go.
It's great. Thanks for explaining that, because I wasn't sure. I sort of knew, but maybe the public didn't know how it worked. So I think they're underway now, yes?
Yeah, definitely. The Commodore VK that's running in second there at the moment, he's from Tasmania. That's a very quick car. He races a lot of basketball in Simmons Plains. So this is his first trip to Winton. So it's a bit of a HDT-inspired vehicle.
Yes, so you're colouring a bit like the unmentionable Marlborough colour, old Dillon team colours.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have to say that these days, but I just did. But anyway, that's the way it is.
So, and then we've got Hayden Ivers is out there again with the Moffat-inspired Mustang, which is, everyone will remember that car here last year.
Yes.
So, the Nissan here is a local guy, actually, Shane McDonald, and he runs here all the time at Winton, and Shane actually sponsored this event, so he was kind enough to come on board with doing some sponsorship. He's a local mechanic in Wangaratta, I believe. So, and
because the Nissan dealer here for a while was Mike Glynn, wasn't he? Just from down the track a bit in the middle of town, but. Mike went on to run Formula 5000s and things like that, but I haven't seen him for a while.
So.
Anyway, as we said, the cars, one of your XCs is pulled off over there, the yellow one we were speaking about before.
Yeah. That's a Kev Bartlett-inspired car from, I think it's 73, 74, but I don't know what he's done there.
That's a shame. He's had to give it away.
Yeah, exactly. But the green's tough Dick Johnson car here. He's from Parks in New South Wales. That's his first time here as well. But and he's another one. He owns Parks Sprayer Barn, and he helped sponsor the event. So, but this is a fantastic looking car. Anyone that's here should go and have a look at this. It's really a classy bit of work.
And you've got other cars coming through, being built?
There's quite a few cars being built at the moment, Ron. So all around Australia, there's, guys that have seen it here from last year and have thought, you know what, I want to get involved in this. So Graham Stevenson here with the Black XC R-Top Coupe. He was one of our original regularity guys, and he helped get us on this path. So yeah, look, it's a shame it's come to a stop. It's a great car, so I hope David hasn't got.
And that's in the John Goss colours.
Yeah.
Kevin Bartlett colours.
Yeah, correct. So.
And of course, famous car 17, as you said, the Dick Johnson hit into the tree motor car, I believe that's the one.
Yeah, and I was speaking to Steve Blacksland that owns it, and he said Dick Johnson and Kevin Bartlett have both had a look at the car, and they said it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Reproduction of what they raced in the day, which is great. So.
Now, he's not on screen at the moment, but you were talking about the FJ Holden that's out there that running Targa events Tuesday.
Yeah, it was built by and a number of his colleagues, and they built that for Pan America in Mexico, and it ran over there in Mexico, Targa event, and yeah, he had that over there for a while, and they had some really good success with it. And he's brought it back here, and I think Dave's done it for him and his colleagues have done some work with it, a few track days. So it's a great car, and I mean, again, exceptional workmanship. If anyone wants to see our car, a good car that's been built, you should have a look at that.
To the car we've got on screen at the moment, that's ex-Holden dealer team looking sort of colour, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the Paddy Kirby from Ballarat, and it's the Alan Grice and Win Percy car from Bathurst 91, sorry, and he's done a VN Group A there, and again, it's a really good car. So, and he was here last year, and he's just kept, he said he's been a real promoter of the event and try to get other guys on board. Here's the FJ again. It's got the Aussie version of the Subaru, the Kangaroo on the rear.
Oh yes, I can see that. Yep. Nice bright yellow wheels. Very smart-looking car indeed. As you say, got the Targa numbers on the side.
It's a very fast car too. It surprises a few people, I think.
Yeah, it's great to see that sort of car out there, and something we don't normally see actually on the circuits. There's a few FJs and things getting into the Group N type racing, but good to see a bit of a hybrid type one running.
Yeah, exactly. So, got the Moffat Coupe again. So the car in front of it, the FIA EB Falcon, we sort of cut this category, just at this point, we've sort of cut it off at Bathurst 92 as a point of interest. And this car actually was a spare leftover DJR EB Falcon shell, and it was originally a saloon car. And then the current owner, David Hoskins, he purchased it and turned it back into an EB supercar.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great
my
thing.
word.
So this is his first time out in an event, I believe.
No, he's done a nice job. It looks good.
So it's still a carburet. He hasn't gone over the board with fuel injection, but it's pretty exotic, that sort of stuff from those
Probably
days.
still runs a normal 8-manual gearbox, no sequential gearboxes in those days.
So the Little Starion is fastest overall at the moment. So
that's Gibbs, yes.
Yeah.
Is that the Gibbs that was running the car years ago?
His son.
It's his son, I was going to say, yeah. Fantastic.
So they've kept,
and they've kept the car all the time. They had it just sitting in the shed.
Yeah, exactly.
As you do. Saw an opportunity. That's good.
So
just amazes me, really. You see it on Facebook, somebody finds a barn find somewhere, and why hasn't someone else found it before, and why haven't I found it?
Yeah, exactly. And that's part of what we've tried to do with this is those barn finds that, you know, have sat in sheds.
Yeah.
The fellas are not wanting to give them a hard time in, you know, true door handle to door handle racing. This gives those guys a chance to bring those cars out.
Yeah.
This number 9 Boss 302 Mustang here, Darryl McDonald, he ran in Regularity again, gave it away, thought didn't like Regularity. He's come out, this is his first event, and he said, I'm back and I'm building a car. I said, what are you going to build? And he said, he's going to do a sick chrome Jim Richards Mustang, he's decided.
Okay, right.
Yeah, overnight. So, and one thing I like is we've got little cars too. You know, we've got a couple of little Escorts. So we did have a Corolla yesterday, but unfortunately the Corolla had an engine issue and it's had to pull out, but it was done in the Team Toyota colours. So,
Yeah, I saw him going back home, actually.
So,
or back to town, anyway. So theoretically, you could run a ex-Group C Mini lookalike, couldn't you, in this?
well, that's exactly right. Are you going to bring yours out, or?
No, unfortunately, I foolishly sold a couple that I've had, but never mind. Someone else is enjoying them nowadays.
So, and then we've had yesterday Ian Ross, who's a Group C competitor. He came and competed, and he was due to compete with these guys today, but Ian's had some issues, as we saw from Group C. The Falcons just, oh, gee, the EB's just gone off, and there goes the front splitter off that, unfortunately. He went there. There's been a few V8 supercars go off at that point as well, Ron.
Yes, I don't take too kindly to running into a ditch and plasticky bits all fall off.
Yeah, exactly. So
they might even call it quits there, actually. How long have they got? Another few minutes? What, they have 15 minutes?
Yeah, I think it's 8 laps.
9.
So
9, nearly 10 minutes gone. Oh, there's oil running out of the front of that too. I hope it doesn't go onto the track. I know it looks like oil though, actually.
I think he's parked it.
He's done the oil cut. So they might call it. I'll just leave him there.
Yeah, he's pretty safe there, I think. It'll be up to race officials to work that out. So, we've got the Escort here, number 63. Hayden Ivers here again in his Moffat Mustang. This is a great car again. If someone wanted to look at how Alan Moffat built a car with Carcraft back in those days, Hayden has gone to the extreme to make sure that this car represents what Alan had built, and it is a fantastic car. Down to the last nut and bolt, it looks just like the original piece. And
Well, actually, he went out and had a look at my friend Ian Purvis's car that was out the back here. And apart from the seats and a roll bar and a few other bits and pieces, it's very, very close. Sounds right. Okay. Yeah, so Ian was pretty chuffed with someone coming and having a look at his car and saying how good it was.
Yeah, and he was here last year, and it was fast last year. So
yeah,
he gave it a fair go in the wet last year, as we know. So, and he's not scared of having, a crack.
No, he cracked on pretty well.
He's got the Starion just behind him, which is, again, it's a great little car, that Starion.
Yes, I don't think he's driving it with as much verve as I've seen him drive before, but he's out there having a bit of a go.
Sure is.
And Brett, where's your next run with these cars?
Well, we sort of haven't got a race meeting, I suppose, organised, but, we are looking at Sandown Historics. So we'll see. We're obviously talking to the committee from Sandown, and we'll see how many cars we can get and where we can fit in with their schedule. That's what it really comes down to. So, but like I said, as more cars come on board, you know, and I suppose this is a filler. You know, we've got a lot of cars these days that are going into retirement, and these are a great way to let's keep, you know, our events growing.
Absolutely, yeah, it's good. There's a checkered flag now, so they've called that race. We've got a bit of clearing up to do before our next event, so
sure that won't take long.
See Graham Wincup going by there in
that's right.
ex-Bob Jane car.
Yeah, Graham purchased that car off Bob Jane, and he's built it inspired to what Bob Jane wanted, and it's a fantastic car again. You know, exceptional workmanship.
Yes, yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing. You know, here's Graham, an ex-sport sedan racer, quite famous in his own right.
My word.
Family, Jamie Wincup, family member. So, yeah, to have these sort of guys come along and sort of say how good this is, you know, it's good for our events.
My word. As a good uncle, he should give young Jamie a bit of a whiz.
Actually, it would be great to see Jamie out here in one of these. I'm sure Jamie get a shock at how hard his uncle's working.
Yes.
So,
because the number 100, the green-eyed monster.
We've got Production Audio Visual and Technology sponsored this part of this race, and he's one of the drivers out there, Graham Stevenson. That's his company, I believe. So. But it's good to see these cars out here, Ron. So, and they'll be here again tomorrow, obviously. They got 2 races here. So.
Here's a couple of sponsors to help there is in PAVT Production Audio Visual Technology and McDonald Automotive as well for bringing that event. They're up at Tone Street in Wangaratta. So thanks, boys, for coming on board to sponsor the events. Okay, I think that brings us to a close with that particular one, and we should be having Alfa Romeos coming up very shortly. So thanks, Brett, for your input into that particular sprint race, Super Sprint Tribute Run number 1.
Thanks, Ron. And
Good on you, mate.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, all the best.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
Okay, as we look at the cars starting to come out onto the circuit for the last event of today, and this is for the Gippsland Car Club's event. Thanks to the Gippsland Car Club for coming on board for event number 10 for the All Alfa Romeo event. All Alfa Romeo varieties are amongst this, or pretty much all of them. All the GTVs, the 1750s, the Alfettas, the 156s, the 147. So a huge array of Alfa Romeos, and Bob Morrow's on board now for the commentary with me on this one. And a good variety of the Alphas on this one, Bob.
Well, like you said, Ron, there's everything there. And in fact, I was just looking, and the oldest one is 1969, and the most modern one is 2012.
Right.
So we've got 43 years of Alphas here.
That is a fantastic effort. So,
and the Alfa Club run a racing series themselves, and they had all sorts of classes and all sorts of trophies for them. But for this race, it's just 1, 2, and 3. No classes at all, just the first 3 Alphas. There's the grid going up, and you can see all the various GTV 2000s, Alfettas. I had an Alfetta.
Nice cars. I've had 1 or 2 myself.
Yeah. No, Alfa.
They do say, going back to what we're talking about, 1966 to about 1969, I was selling Alfa Romeos.
There you go.
So MW Motors, MW Motors, of course, in Elizabeth Street in the city were the main concessionaires for Alfa Romeo for Victoria and Tasmania. And we sold these cars quite easily, really. I mean, when you consider they were about $2,000 dearer than a Ford or a Holt or something at the time, which is a lot of money in those days, we did sell a lot of Alfa Romeos. The beautiful workshops up the back of Leicester Street in Carlton, run by the late Sid Fisher.
Oh, right, Sid, yeah.
Sid Fisher was, of course, a well-known motor racer of his day.
Yes.
And
a life member of VHRR.
Exactly.
I think, yes.
Yes, he certainly is.
Was.
So, my association with Alfa goes back quite some years.
Well, and you know all about them, Ron.
no, not the later ones. No,
there's a later one there. What's that?
Up to about the 2000. But I have had a lovely Alfa Romeo GTV 2000, a little Alfetta, as you say. Pretty little motor car and rear engine gearbox, if I can remember.
That car 94 is the 2012 car, so it's a Giulietta QV, and that's the most modern car in the event.
Probably still under factory warranty.
Could be.
All right, so cars all lined up. Let me see.
Mark Baguetto on pole in his GTV. Next to him is Aaron's in his GTV 6. Let's see who wins the big drag down to the first corner.
Very desirable a car, and I have the little GTV 6.
And 3 litre.
The English team had them, didn't they, with Jones and Bond driving those cars in the early days.
Right, revs rising. There they go, and Baguetto gets a great start, and the car sitting, I think it's Harris, makes a great big dive from 4th. There he is, car number 28. There's Baguetto has been relegated to 2nd. And he's on the outside of Super Alpha's trying to get down the inside of him, but it's car number 17, Musumeki car number 17. And the Alfa GT 3.2 litre is leading them away. Lovely little Alfetta there in 309.
It's Harris.
Yes, in the GTV 2000.
Yes, the 2000 is a pretty little car to drive and very well balanced, beautifully balanced sort of motor car, that sort of 60-40 setup that cars like to have. But very, very nice, easy car to drive. As they come up through the wriggly bit, or the cleavage area that we call from the old days, and it's certainly still Musimi, is it? Doing well. He's in the lead. That left-hand corner, up at the wheels he goes there, tips it up on two wheels a bit.
Baguetto gets right round the outside him to take second, and right coming up in the inside of Musmicki easily, and gets past him to not regain the lead. He lost it at the start, now he's got the lead.
Oh, we nearly lost it again, but anyway, 17 got himself a bit twisted up there, coming out of that corner.
Aaron's goes, so Musmicki has gone from first to third in two corners.
And there he is pulling out again to try and get past.
And Grierson got past Harris to move up into fourth.
Cars 777 Grierson coming through as well. He's got a good bit of pace on as they come down into turn 3 for this week. Oh, another bit of a dab there by 17. Nearly got through.
That is my corner, he said.
A little bit of biffy barging going on here, Bob. So.
You talk about the HQs.
Yes. Oh, these guys...
they got the Italian version.
They might think they're back in the old Alfa Sud days when they had the races for the Alfa Suds. That was a bit of bash of the days. But good racing. They're not getting into each other yet. So Baguetto is still in the lead in car 28 that we saw a moment ago. As the lead car's now coming up towards the cleavage to come down onto the longer main sort of straight for the day.
That's Andrew Wilson in car 280, cavorting with Aarons. Having a great dice, those two, and they're down in 12th, 13th position. They don't care who's up the front, they're having a ball where they are.
So feel fairly strung out right now as we look at them up onto the, looking out of the commentary box to the right to the top of the circuit. The camera will pick them up in just a moment. The lead car's coming down the pit straight.
And Baguetto is just as the old curse of the commentators, I was just about to say Baguetto is fastest, but Aarons has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 37.6. Sitting in second position, 1 second behind the leader.
Yes, Aaron's in the white GTV. He's really got the pace on at the moment. Good second, quicker than Baguetto. As they go around the big sweep, you can see him gaining there as they head up towards the old tank corner, as we call it. Side of it corner. And gains right up on him, Bob, as they come out of the top of the corner there. We're not watching it on the screen at the moment, but physically around the outside he goes. So as they go into the long straight, the Aarons is going to be on the outside and through, if you don't mind. So the camera hasn't picked that up, but...
we're focusing on Musmicki and Grierson. They're having a great dice for third place. And they're a good 4 seconds away from the leader.
And a big rear ender of that blue car there. I didn't pick up the number. He's had quite a nasty bang on the side. It's car 5.
Yeah, that's Musmicki.
Musimi, as you said. All the bank bumper bars sort of hanging down a fair bit.
Yes. Nothing that a couple of grand won't fix.
No. So, camera hasn't picked up the lead cars again. They're coming down through over the start-finish line again, and it's Baguetto back in the lead with Aarons now dropped right back. I would say before, when I was watching it, Baguetto must have had a misgear or something like that, because Aarons shot past him, and then of course Baguetto tidied himself up again, and now he's in the lead.
We're on Robert Panetta in Alfa 75 Twin Spark with car Wilson Brown in a 1750 GTV, one of the oldest cars in the race. There's a great dice there, 28 and 5. 5 is Musmicki, 28. It's Baguetto, so they're having a great dice, those two.
So something's happened there again, Bob, because Beghetto raced past Aaron's earlier, and now Aaron's is in the lead. So you tell me what's going on. It's a
They're Alphas. They're Alphas, right?
Bit of a race going on, I think. Alpha temperament. You what? See, he goes up beside him again.
Right putt, no.
Didn't quite get by.
No. So Aaron's, who...
bit of cat and mouse going on.
Beghetto has done a 37.2. Aaron's has done a 37.4. So there's nothing between them. There's a good slipstream there. What's he going to do? Pull out? Pull out? No. Just going to follow him through. Doesn't move to try to move to the inside of the out, just follows him through. What's he going to do at this next corner?
Hard time of the day too here at Winton Raceway. As you come up the old pit straight, you've got the sun right in your eyes.
Yes.
Very difficult.
All right, no change on that lap with 3 to go. 5 down, 3 to go. Again, Beghetto has got faster. He's done a 37.2. But he's in second. A long way back, 8 seconds back to Musameki in third. And he's a few seconds ahead of Grierson. So this is a 2 going for first place. Car number 28. It was a Beghetto who was sitting on pole position. Aaron's was back a bit. It wasn't him sitting beside him, but Aaron's has moved up into first and is only 0.14 of a second between them as they went across the line. Alpha's all over the track.
Good dice going in around
great move there by Muller on Wilson. Got him on the corner. And
I was about to say there's a good little dice that's going on right at the back of the field up through the cleavage area. They go there. All very tight, very close together. 64 and 81. 81 being Tillett and Wilson in 10. Okay, a replay coming up.
Yes, and we remember this vividly. It's great racing, great racing. Came very close, but no touching.
That's car 81, that's Tillett. It was Tillett and Wilson, I think, were having a good go. And here's our lead cars now, and there we go. It's
Beghetto's back in front.
That's what I said. They're swapping and changing each lap.
You don't think they're doing it on purpose,
All side by side, if you don't mind. They're pretty serious there. Around the big gum tree they go. And Aaron's is making it hard for Beghetto. And side by side again as they rush down the long straight.
He just pulls away from
That's
him.
what I say. Is I think we're having. That's a good race. It's a good race. Oh
Say
dear,
no
84
more.
is not looking too smart. Can't get it on my sheet there. But
Pignataro in an Alfa Sud TI.
Okay.
A retirement. So who's this coming across the line? Can't pick up his number.
all right, now this should be Beghetto. Now he's good length in front of Aaron's this time.
Yes, he's 1.5 seconds across the line.
So whether he's having an issue with a gear or something locking up the brakes like we just saw there, because that's when Aaron's really catches him up pretty quickly, and then Beghetto gets it all back together again and gets past him quite easily. Grierson there doing quite well in 777. This went past us with Harris behind him. And then Mirabella in car position 6 for 707. These little 105 series.
See, you do know about Alphas.
Yeah, the 105 series that we're looking at now on the screen, car 52. Lovely little motor car.
Yes, and
beautifully presented.
He's one of the oldest in the race, 1969.
That would be, yep. I might have sold it, Bob.
Might have, Ron.
I finished in 1969, went overseas, but...
well, with the amount of money you made.
Well, yes. I won't say anything about that. No, we did all right. And one of our fellow commentators not here today, because John Emery was actually my sales manager for NMW Motors. John Emery.
All right, yes. So this is on the last lap. Baguetto.
Okay, another replay coming up from turn 4.
Baguetto running away. Oh, he's off. Oh, he found some water. We told you it rained yesterday, didn't we?
Well, we did say the track was quick, but the outfield was even quicker.
Yeah.
All right, so back to our leading cars. So we've still got Baguetto with the 136.24 is leading. Aarons, who's doing a 136.25. Well, not much in it, is there?
Nothing.
And there we see Baguetto going through, but Aaron seems to be a lot further back. There he is there.
Yes, last lap he's really pulled his finger out, Baguetto.
Oh, they're both V6s, I think, but Baguetto doesn't give us capacity. And the other one we know is a V6. All right. Lap 8 of 8. Would have thought Hughie Harrison would be involved with this particular racing as well.
Oh.
Hugh Harrison from Monza Motors, he's a keen Alpha man. He was in the Group C&A racing earlier on, but he could have double-entered and run in this event.
Yeah, cross-entered, of course. So
there
there's
we
the
have
checker
flag.
So Baguetto wins with the fastest lap, but he was only 0.01 of a second in lap time quicker than Aarons, but Aarons was 10 seconds behind him at the finish.
Yes, he looked like he'd slowed up right there.
Yes. Still waiting for Musumeci to come across in the third. There he goes. Fourth, Grierson. Fifth, Harris. Waiting for Mirror. Another replay coming up, turn 1. Oh, yeah, no, that's God.
Getting the ripple strips there. That'll check out the suspension.
Yes, won't it? And the driver's neck by the look of it.
And his teeth fillings has probably got a bit of a shake-up.
So Mirabella comes over in 6th. Musumeci 7th.
Mirabella sounds like
8th. Wilson Brown 9th and Parkin 10th. So that's the top 10 for the Alpha only race.
Mirabella sounds like a sweet, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Morello tunes.
A good one.
A good one.
Bella. Good.
That's it. Well, we'd like to thank the Gippsland Car Club for bringing this particular event. Gippsland Car Club, of course, running the Bryant Park hill climb circuit down there under the leadership of John Bryant. So thanks to Gippsland Car Club for bringing this, our last event for the day, which, believe it or not, was event 10. Not too bad, is it, to 10 events in since lunchtime.
Yes. All right, Ron, well, I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Bob. Bob Morrow, my co-commentator for that event and for the weekend. Okay, thanks, guys. And there we had the results. Car 28, Mark Baguetto. 51, Mark Aarons. Michael Masumo with the 17. And 777, Simon Grierson. Then Darren Harris. And right down to David Parkin for 10th place. So we will give you a graphic in just a moment of the events for tomorrow. The boys will put that up on the Blendline screen. So there we are, the regularity event coming up at 8:30, 8:45, the pre-1970 racing and Formula Vee cars. We have a big event tomorrow, of course, which is the Group N Just Cars Touring Car Cup run over 17 laps, so that'll be at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Interesting sort of race. I believe there's a pit stop involved, as in pulling in. Whether they do actually anything to the car is another point, but I think they have a few seconds they have to stop to simulate a pit stop. So that should be a good event coming up. So plenty of other events to see. So 8:30 is the start for tomorrow. So thanks to Ben Lyon for bringing this particular event, Winton Motor Raceway and the VHRR, and our other sponsors, Penrite, Shannons, Cool Drive. Thank you very much, guys, for coming on board. And from Ron Simmons and the commentary team, it's good night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.